Land of power, land of might, exceptional rage, endless fight, patriot bulldozer, leading the way, crushing all foes, making them pay. Flag in hand, fury in eyes, screams of pride, ignoring lies, iron grip, ruthless and cold, American dream, fierce and bold, bow before the storm, unstoppable wave, marching forward, no soul to save, bulldozers wrath, tearing apart, exceptionalism, fire in the heart, no retreat, no surrender, bulldozers force, a savage offender, red, white, blue, burning bright, in the chaos he finds delight, blazing trails of destruction left, in the name of the blessed, the theft, freedom's price, a crimson blade, bulldozer, savage again, legend made, bow before the storm, unstoppable wave, marching forward, no soul to save, bulldozers wrath, tearing apart, exceptionalism, fire in the heart. Blazing trails of destruction left, in the name of the blessed, the theft, freedom's price, a crimson blade, bulldozer, savage of fate, legend made, bow before the storm, unstoppable wave, marching forward, no soul to save, bulldozers wrath, tearing apart, exceptionalism, fire in the heart.
Good evening, everybody. Hope you all are having at least mundane Monday evening. Welcome to the Dozer Den. If you have not yet, smash that like button. Go ahead and give it a good thumping. Crush that like button, lean in real close to it to whisper sweet nothings in its ear, and then just pound away because it's very important. And if you get excited about the like button, I get it. I get excited about it too, okay? But if you do get excited and you need to hit it more than once, well, just hit it only. You must hit it at least thrice. If you hit it only twice, it cancels it out. You don't want to do that. You want to be a proud killdozer here in the Dozer Den. If you didn't know, I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 9 p.m. Central. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, we do 3 to 4 news topics, usually, with palate cleansers sprinkled about. And on the Saturday streams, it's a chill stream, a decompressed stream from all the bullcrap We might have one or two official topics, but for the most part, it's taking music video requests for the Dozer Den DJ Hour, where you can rock out with your cock out, jam out with your clam out. Those are the only two options. If you're intersex, I ask that you please pick a fucking lane. Can't just stroke the plussy. That's right, in the old days of Rumble, it wasn't a thumbs up. And at first, it was actually a plus sign. No, it was a fist. It was a fist sign first. Then, guys, it was a plus sign. We affectionately referred to it as the plussy. You could pound the plussy, stroke the plussy, wreck that plussy. Sometimes you gotta grab them by the plussy. That's right. It's consensual. They ask you when you're famous. They ask you to grab them by the plussy. I said no, and they said please grab me by the plussy, so I did. Don't sue me. Good to see you, Sanglant, Tim Fim, and Wise Elk. Wise Elk with a slap that peach. And that's one of the emotes that you'll get if you subscribe to Bulldozer74 here on Rumble. You'll get access to a plethora of wondrous, stupendous, fantabulous emotes, some animated, some not, hopefully all kind of entertaining. Look at the jiggle physics on it. Oh my gosh. It's lovely. Everybody loves to slap that peach, guys. Rumble starts complaining after you slap the bitch 5 or 6 times. My God. You mean the peach? It's a bit of a problem. Yes. Good to see everybody. If I don't say hello to you, no ill will intended towards you. But I do try to keep everybody involved. This is a very chat-based show. I do love my killdozers here in the Dozer Den. If I have to step away, I do apologize. There is a puppy downstairs that is fussing, and I got the kids in bed a little bit late. We've been reading. We do prayers, and then we read part of the children's Bible. And I was reading about Jacob and Rebekah plotting against Esau, against Isaac and Esau. In Isaac's old age, he wanted Esau to, I guess, go get venison, and so that he may bless him. And then it's very drama laden there in the Old Testament. I'm like, what the heck? Why are you betraying your husband, Rebecca? Because you favor the one son and he favors the other son. Put goat hair on him and stuff, so he feels like his hairy brother. And I'm like, I relate to Esau. I'm a hairy son of a gun. So I was reading through that and talking about it with my 10-year-old and my 8-year-old. So I was a couple minutes late and gay. If it was for a just reason, though, okay, I was reading the Bible literally. Get off my back. But the puppy is downstairs fussing, and don't know why, because she's been pretty good at going to bed. I think she might have gotten put in her crate a little bit earlier, and got a little bit too much nap. Maybe we'll see. If she keeps fussing, I'll have to do something about it. But what's up, Rusty Rivers? Yes, every stream, if we hit $50 worth of donations, I'll put on a fancy hat or a gay hat. This may be the hat you're referring to, Rusty Rivers. I haven't seen you in a minute, man. Good to see you. This is the Hatter hat, or since I'm 5'6" and it is green, you can call it the leprechaun hat. And top of the morning, toy. Oh, we got have some good times here in the Dozer Den, yeah. Yeah, I need to talk to a priest about that story. I'm sitting here trying to reason with it, and I'm just like, I talk to my kids, and I'm like, well, that's some drama. That's juicy. I guess it's like the mother had favor for Jacob, but he was a soft man, essentially. A hairless, like a smooth, soft man is how he's described. So I'm like, okay, I guess he's not a worker. Doesn't really work with his hands. Doesn't get out in the field and get in the muck. And Esau, on the other hand, is the outdoorsman. Out of doors man, I think is how it's phrased in the children's Bible. Of course, it's the children's Bible, so it's going to be worded a little bit differently. I need to compare to my Bible, my adult Bible. I swear it's an adult Bible. Doesn't have any pictures or anything. No. But rather interesting story. Yeah, cool stuff. I mean, and I do have some local groups that I could sit down and have like a Bible study with and kind of analyze everything and go back and forth with some people. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe we could start doing that. I mean, it's one of the shows we might do. Maybe just read some passages from the Bible and analyze them. Yeah. The Dozer Den. I'm going to find some alliteration for that. Dozer does bibliology. Bibliography? No. Bibliology? Is that a word? I think it is. I don't know. Words are hard. It's Monday. Those buttons are your curse. Interesting. But if you have not yet followed the stream, go ahead and smash or follow the channel. Go ahead and follow Bill Dozer 74. We're at 1,130 or so here on the channel, include or on the user profile, including the channel. We're almost at 1,200 followers, so that's pretty darn cool. I wish I could merge them. Honestly, that's what I want to do. Sorry, I'm listening for screeching puppy. But we are currently streaming to Rumble. We're on pill.net, where you can get the dose of the good stuff. What is the good stuff? The truth. Can you handle it? Follow me over there on pill.net, BillDozer74, on X at BillDozer74 __. I think we're going to end up under 4,000 again. Not sure what's going on the X machine, if it's just bot accounts or what getting deleted. But we've gone from 4,070 all the way down to the 4,014. And then now it's 4,015 or 16. I don't understand. I really don't. But, regardless, we are streaming to X. We're on BitChute. We are on the dozerden.locals.com. Cool thing about the dozerden.locals.com, one of the most free speech live chats on the internet. Though, you do have to pay $5 a month. To participate in the live chat. You can comment on the things that I may post there. You can post things that you find interesting in that community. And you get all the benefits of a Rumble subscription, which are your name lit up in the most beautiful shade of MAGA red. That's right, you'll catch that beautiful Rumble rash. It oozes patriotism. The only treatment is more America. That's right, more America. It's a really great rash. I tell you what, it's a great rash. And you get access to all those emotes, and you get access to the premium content that I churn out here, and you don't have to worry about ads on this channel if you subscribe. So there's some pretty decent benefits. $5 a month, just a couple sodas a month, guys. It's easy, just saying. You could also get premium if you want for some of those perks. It's $9.99 a month or $99 for the year, $89 with the promo code STUDIO. Guys, I don't have to do ads anymore, but I have fun with the ads, and I think some of you guys like what I do with those ads. So I might do one every now and then. If we have say we get a raid from somebody with like 300 to 400 people watching, I might do an ad then. Who knows? Might be a couple bucks. Gosh, come on. But no, what we have to do now is something that I'm going to be doing anyways. I raid every stream. They want us to get 5 raids in, 5 unique ones, so 5 different people, I guess, over throughout the month. And I am perfectly capable of doing that. I love raiding out to people. I feel like a rising tide lifts all ships. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you, Rumble. Thank you for listening to the people. That's awesome. Good to see. Now let's work on those premium hours. Although, if you want to help me out as a creator in the Rumble Creator Program, if you click that, boom, get premium button down there, I think it's red, that helps me out at the end of the month. I get a little bit of a cut of that. If people do choose to get premium when they are watching my content, it reflects positively upon this channel. So if you want to do that, thank you very much. I appreciate you. If you do want to donate monetarily to the Dozer Den through Rumble Rants, through gifted subs, that's right. You can shower the chat with your love. Shower it. Or spray the chat with your love. Whatever verb you want to use, I'm not going to judge you, okay? I'm not. Esau did not want the responsibility of head of house, but wanted the blessing. Jacob was responsible and wanted the honor. That's the gist. Okay, so that's what wasn't really translating in the kids' version. That's what, or if it did, I forgot. We did read, actually, you're right. That just reminded me of what we read yesterday. Yep. I want to read it in my Bible, though, because I feel like it probably would be a little bit better for me to digest and the full context. I think with the children's Bible, it takes away some of the context. So I'll do that. I'll back up with reading through mine. But thank you for that elaboration, Wise Elk. I appreciate you. So pretty much, Esau was the redneck that liked to get out in the woods, get dirty, and have fun. Didn't want the head of house responsibility as the elder. But still was like the father was Jacob, or Isaac was going to put the blessing upon him. Huh, interesting. What's up, Prince of the Air Jr., Potar Jr.? Clean that up. I only know enough to have it somewhat. Oh, there you go. There you go. All right. Hope you guys liked the thumbnail. We're going to talk about some things tonight. Oh, I forgot. You can, if you want to donate directly to the Dozer Den, I do have a Venmo and a Cash App. Look at that. I've got them both back. Boom. 2 QR codes right there. You got options, guys. You got Venmo over there. You got Cash App over there. Whichever one. Pick your favorite. You can donate directly to the Dozer Den with those QR codes. I don't know why I set a timer on the... Oh, I did set a timer. Must be a 15-second timer on both. Look at that. I don't even have to click it off. Look, that's just all fancy and stuff. Maybe I should leave it up longer. I don't know. Some people like to leave it up the whole stream. don't know if I want to do that though. I don't know. But I am really glad that you've chosen to join this episode of the Dozer Den. Everybody, don't forget to share the stream out with your loved ones, friends, family, ex-girlfriends, boyfriends, these are Zen friends. I'm not judging, okay? Just keep it consensual between adults and preferably behind closed doors. And we will not have a problem. If you could kindly repost this stream here on Rumble, or over there on pill.net, or on the X Machine. Reposting does help. And I will be shouting out the reposts periodically throughout the stream here on Rumble. If I see a repost on pill.net, I'll shout it out as soon as I see it. If I got notifications for the reposts on Rumble, I'd shout them out as soon as I see them, but I don't get them as soon as they pop up. So every 30 minutes or so, probably, I'll be checking on the reposts and shouting out those who do help this channel grow with a repost. Now, when you do repost, you do have to say something. You don't even have to be nice. You can call me a fag if you like. But you do have to say a few words. You know, at least that. Or maybe a few emojis. I don't know. See, we're not there yet. We're not there yet, Wise Oak. We're close. We're close. In the end, they hug it out. Yeah, I've read through all the Bible, I'm sure, throughout all the masses that I've been to. I just haven't actually read through the whole thing front to back. I've read books, I've read songs, I've read Revelation. I've read the full creation story. The genealogy slog. Yeah, my mind wanders when I'm reading that part where it's like this father of this and house of this, and I was like, okay. Can we skip to the good part here? But Revelation is a fun book. I like reading that one. And then Psalms was good. So I like Matthew. I like the book of Matthew. It's pretty good. They're all kind of different perspectives, but Matthew really seemed solid. But the Kid Bible gets creative in the sauce. What's the SOS? What is that? What's the SOS mean? I'm confused. Should I know what the SOS means? Am I being a biblical pleb here? Story of. I have no idea. No idea. Song of Song. Oh, okay. Yeah, probably. How's it going to address whores and Jezebels? We'll get there. We will get there. The book's actually from my father-in-law, which is a very, very considerate gift of him. So I appreciate that. We're going to talk about some things tonight. First topic, war with Venezuela. Is it going to happen? I'm thinking, yeah. I'm thinking we're almost done with Ukraine, and I'm thinking war with Venezuela is probably on the way. I don't like it. I don't. Song of Solomon is sexually charged. Yeah. What's up, Megshells? First time I think I've seen you in the chat. Hello there, and welcome to the Dozer Den. If you've been here before, hi again. If it's your first time, welcome. Glad you've chosen to join this episode. Much appreciated. And thank you for participating in the live chat. If you're lurking, if you're watching and lurking, say something in the chat. It helps me out, helps get my one of the metrics met for the creator program. But and it is a chat-driven show, so I love to interact with the chat. Oh yeah, hey, yeah, keep it PG. Fine with me. Already is happening, sadly. Yeah, the war's already happening, pretty much. I'm. If you're gonna do it, just go ahead and do it right. Can we declare war like we should of all these last military incursions? Like why not? Why not? Oh, it's your first time to be gentle. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I can be gentle. I usually go hard. Wait for a rant. That's right. We have a rant button for when I get going, and I probably will get going about the war thing because I could have sworn we were about no new wars. Fuck me though, right? Neocons can eat a bag of dicks, guys. The neocons that are advising Trump, and I mean, it's on him. He's the one picking his advisors, so we can't just blame it on the advisors all the time, guys. A lot of people do that, but it's not. We can't just keep doing that. He is a big boy with an intellect. He's a smart man. You can think what you want about him, but the dude is smart. But yeah, where's my sound? Trying to find one of my favorite sounds. Oh yes. The neocons can
eat a bag of dumble dicks.
Dumble dicks, guys. Dumble dicks. We're streaming to YouTube tonight too, for however long that happens, or will be up. I don't know. We don't get any reach on YouTube, but if you want to follow me over there on the ScrewTube, CommyTube, Bulldozer74 there as well. We are going to be doing a much more esoteric topic for the second topic. There was a debate on the Danny Jones podcast between a moon landing skeptic, Bart Gilbert, I think? Bart Sibrel, filmmaker and moon landing skeptic, and Charles Duke. Charles Duke apparently was the 10th person to walk on the moon. if you believe in that kind of thing. Do I? Yeah, kind of, but I don't think the story we've been told is correct. I think they did fake some of the footage. That is admitted, and it did happen. They say it's because, well, we lost it. Okay, and apparently we lost all the technology that got us there. What? I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna have my tinfoil hat on. That's right. That's right. The foil hat will make an appearance without a $50 donation. This hat will don my head when we get to talking about the moon landing. It is also the Illuminipple, affectionately referred to as the Illuminipple. All right. But if we get up to $50 worth of donations, I'll put on another fancy hat with the Illuminipple on top. That's what we do. That's what we do. We got to have a little bit of a grift here. A little bit of a grift. Why not? Why not, guys? But yes. See, the peace president, sarcasm, thick as peanut butter. Yeah. Right up there with trucks of peace. Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go, Potar Jr. Fug Commies YouTube with a spiked dirty donkey. Oh my gosh. A little bit spicy there, Tim Finman. Megshells, we do get spicy here. We're a mostly free speech live chat. I'm a bit of a free speech absolutist for the most part, but I do have a life outside of the interwebs. So if you could please be cognizant of that. No hard R's in the chat, please. Because I like to keep the chat up on the screen, but I will take it down if I need to. I don't want to do that. But and also, we had to address something and ban somebody after Saturday. Don't come into this chat being an ass to somebody, especially if you just got here a couple weeks ago. Especially if somebody's been here since pretty much the beginning. And also, just in general, I don't care if you've been here since the beginning. Don't tell somebody to kill themselves. Don't do that. And don't say, like, when they mention it, be like, well, you should. And then act like you didn't tell them to do it because you said you should. That's childish and that's petulant. Don't be that guy. And don't come at me disrespectfully for addressing it and calling your bitch ass out. I'm not going to tolerate that. Don't be a faggot in my chat. Okay? And I had to, fuck you. That guy's gone. Gone. Don't do that. We were, especially on a Saturday stream, guys. My Saturday streams are so chill. So chill. Megshells. Oh, God. Scotch? Not scotch. But I do. Okay. This gives me a good time to kind of advertise my Saturday shows. So, Saturday shows. It's a chill stream, a decompressed stream. And we take music video requests for the Dozer Den DJ Hour, where you could rock out with your cock out, jam out with your clam out. Those are the only two options, Meg. Okay? Only two options. If you're intersex, please pick a fucking lane. But on Saturday streams, not Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday streams, if we get up to $20 worth of donations, I will pour a drink. And I usually do double oaked Woodford Reserve, but it was $60 and it was a little bit high for this time of the paycheck span here. So I went with the $30 bottle of Jefferson's. It's lovely. It is lovely. It's quite tasty. Do a little bit of cork pop. So do you want to cuddle with the puppy for a little bit on the couch? Okay. That's fine. Is Aubrey in her room still? Okay. That's fine. Just be quiet. Don't watch TV. Just chill. Little floof ball. She usually is asleep by now. Sorry, guys. It was a bit of a petulant cunt. And always victim status. Says things about people being rounded up and put in camps on X and then bitches about being suspended. You can't say that on X. X isn't a free speech platform. You know this. Stop being a perpetual victim. Don't be a liberal. But anyways, yeah. Let's see. We're listening while plowing. Was hoping you shit can that jerk. Yeah, he was a jerk. He was being a jerk, and he'd started off rough when he came into the chat a few weeks ago. But he chilled out once I said chill out. And apparently, me just calling out the bullcrap when I saw it was too much for him. And if that's too much for you, then guess what? Good, go away. Yeah, but. Partial to Ardbeg. Tim, nice. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds delicious. I like Double Oaked Woodford Reserve is one of my favorite sipping bourbons. Just nice and smooth. The first time I had Double Oaked Woodford Reserve, I shot it, and then I immediately apologized to the chat and I apologized to the bourbon because that is not a bourbon that you shoot. That is a bourbon that you sip. It was good. It's good stuff. Had some on Thanksgiving with my wife's uncle. It was good times. Good times. Wise Oak, I like cocaine, but I hate supporting cartels, so I abstain. God bless you, sir. God bless you, Wise Elk. It's the right way to go. It's the right way to go. Yeah. 10-year-old is managing the puppy for me very kindly. Yeah, I like the basic Woodford Reserve. I will shoot that. But the double oaked, it's the shorter, stouter bottle, which it's kind of like me, short and stout. It's nice. I'll give you a little taste. Ooh, empty bottle cork pop. Usually the audience will rate the cork pop on Saturdays. But Saturdays, I've been known to go 6 hours. I've gone 6.5 hours on a stream before on Saturday. Last Saturday was 5.5 hours, and it's usually a poppin' good time. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday shows are usually a little bit more news content heavy. But tonight we are doing more esoteric stuff with the moon landing debate between the astronaut who apparently landed on the moon and a skeptic who makes films, Bart Sibrel. So, chug band. Get you a spoon. But it's been there is a lot of news going on, but I don't know if we're going to stretch this moon landing debate out. It's on the Danny Jones show, so the link is in the description. Link to the article about the Venezuela war stuff is in the description as well. You know, the just a second here. There's a lot of news. There's a lot of stuff going on for sure. But I felt like these are two topics that we could kind of discuss tonight. The Venezuelan war one would be kind of a jumping into it a little bit, but then when we do a watch of a debate, I stop and I analyze. I analyze the topic, the point that one might make, and the one party makes, and the other party makes, and I'll also analyze the host to see what their tactics are in moderating the debate between the two opposing parties. We had the one with Dave Smith and that douchebag from that one publication. Can't remember his name because I don't like him. But gosh darn, I think it was Charlie Kirk that was moderating that debate, wasn't it? And I criticized Charlie Kirk at times and gave him props when he needed it, but there were times where he was definitely showed deference to the Israel first guy. But for the most part, it was a good discussion, and Charlie was cordial and kind and moderating. So I gave him props for that, but I criticized when needed. So we don't need 30 minutes of Bill learning how to play the jug. I can play the jug. I can do it. Do it, Jack Daniels. I got a Jack Daniels bottle over here. Not Jack Daniels. It's Jim Beam Apple. This is an old one. I want to do some. Oh. Oh, this still smells like apple. It's so sugary. It's so sugary. That can't be good for anybody. Rest in peace to Charlie. I agree. He was a force for good, in my opinion. You know, even if you might have disagreed with some of his takes or some of his stances, he certainly did not deserve death. I think he was a good man. I think he was a good man. So did an important thing in my opinion. Here's a legal system, guys. A purple-haired feminist Antifa twat waffle. If you guys didn't know, the sign language for twat waffle is twat waffle. Twat waffle. Favorite sign language. Great. Very great. But a purple-haired idiot was all smiles when the judge was talking to her about what she did. And then the smile disappears. Whoa. We got to go to presentation mode. I can't share screen in solo mode. Look at that. There we go. So, ICE protester. Look at that smile. Look at that little smile. Watch it get bigger. And watch it get smaller.
You were part of an anti-ICE protest, attacked a non-duty officer with a metal trash can who's currently in the hospital. This court sentenced.
Look at that dumb bitch smiling about hitting an off-duty ICE officer with a trash can. What a cunt. What a fucking cunt. And then.
You to 6 months in jail and $10,000 in fines for the crimes you have committed. You were part of an anti-ICE protest.
Watch that smile go away.
With a metal trash can who's currently in the hospital.
He peed in her Cheerios.
6 months in jail and $10,000 in fines.
Look at that. Look at it. It's not a smile no more. Not a smile no more. What a dumb bitch. Don't throw shit at people. Don't assault people. Especially women that do that think just because they're female you can assault people. No, you can't. No, you can't. That's a dumb shit move. Don't be that guy or gal, okay? Don't do it. Very bad. Very, very bad indeed. I might have to find this debate. Between Andrew Wilson and some guy that's within Islam, I guess. An imam, perhaps. I don't know. He has a funny hat on and a beard. I put a funny hat on and a beard, but I'm not. I'm not Muslim or very Orthodox Jewish or whatever you call those Jews with the furry hats. I don't know what that is. But here's an interesting discussion. Some very, very good points. Beat the brakes off those bitches after due process. I'm okay with that, yes. Or if they assault you, I mean, you got to defend yourself. I'm not saying... you don't expect to just not have the response, especially if just don't do that. I'm not advocating for assaulting people, but I am advocating for self-defense. My situation, if I ever, get attacked by a female, I'm most likely going to wrap them up and detain them until the officer can get there and deal with their crazy ass. But I'm probably not going to hit a woman if she hits me, because it's most likely not going to hurt. And I'm going to be able to physically dominate you with wrestling. That's just me. The self-defense, I would not... Some of them you can't tell. Okay, there's some bull dykes out there. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. There's some bull dykes out there that if you were in a bar and a bull dyke came up to you and gave you a shove or punched you in the face, it wouldn't be unreasonable for a male that didn't know that it was a female to react in kind. Yeah, just don't go ape on people. There you go. Just don't go ape on people. Why is that so hard? Is that so hard for people to understand? I don't understand it. But here's an interesting back and forth I saw recently about majority Islam countries and the relative IQs.
Now, let me get into my argument for why Christianity makes better societies than Islam, and it's pretty simple. Islamic societies breed an inbred population. Next slide, please.
This is just true. It's true. You could be mad about it. But it's true.
Muslim inbreeding has been occurring at a high rate for about 1,400 years since the early Islamic period, encompassing most of the land still occupied by Islam today. It spread from the 8th to the 15th century.
You see his face? He did the sideways.
Into Persia, North Africa, South Asia, where it remains and has created some of the dumbest fucking human beings on planet Earth. The most common type of inbreeding is first cousin marriage. The rates of first cousin marriage in comparison to Christian nations is staggeringly high, even in comparison to regions occupied by Arab Christians. When a nation has both Christians and Muslims, Muslims are often double or higher than Christians. Example, India, Lebanon. Next slide, please. Muslim inbreeding.
Headline: Consanguinity continued. Or first cousin humping. Based. Not that. Just calling it what it is. I will say though, this one here, fucking your cousin, okay, well it's the same as not having as aunts and uncles' children. It's the same thing. Aunt or uncle's children, they are your cousin. Why not just keep calling them cousins? I found that kind of odd, just stylistically.
Oh, sorry.
Apparently, him and Ricada started going back and forth on X, and I'm just like, bro, the nose pup is just fucking with you. You guys probably agree on most things. And I think they might actually be, I think he might have him on. I think if Ricada can get Andrew Wilson on, I think that'll be a fun discussion. I'll watch the fuck out of that interaction.
Sorry about that. Pakistan at 65%. 65%, meaning more likely than not, you're having sex with your cousin, and if you're not, you're the weird one.
No.
Okay? For the low IQ members of MDD, that means these people are more likely than not having sex with their aunts or uncles' children.
You're missing an apostrophe. Uncles is possessive in that context, Mr. Wilson. Do better, sir.
Saudi Arabia, 50 to 58%, with an average 76 IQ. Who would have thunk it?
That's bad.
UAE, 54%, 82 IQ. The crown jewel of the Arab world, you are more likely than not to be banging your first cousin. Iran, 40%, 80 IQ. Yemen, 45%, 62.9 IQ. Qatar, 30%, 80.8 IQ. Now, we're going to continue, right? Oman, 36%, 78. Syria, 39%, 74 IQ. Turkey, 25%, 86 IQ. Jordan, 32%, 80 IQ.
Westernized
Egypt, 32%, 76 IQ. It goes on and on, and it just never gets better. Next slide, please. Thank you. Compared to Christian countries, let's take a look. Usually less than 1%.
I don't like that the average IQ. I mean, I guess it's an average, but yeah, it's still kind of low. I think Australians got some smart cookies. Yeah, who is a Mom Hillman? I've never heard that name. I'm curious.
Now, I wonder why Christians build better societies, ladies and
Relatively low cousin fuckery.
gentlemen. Now, let me get.
I think we should strive for that, guys. Continue to be relatively low on the totem pole when it comes to rates of cousin fuckery. Okay? Okay. That's why I'm a proud culturalist, because many cultures just suck. Yes, I am absolutely proud of this American culture, of Western culture. Not all cultures are the same, and like I showed the video of the African tribal females encountering a mirror for the first time and reacting as shocked animals would to something that is blowing their mind. You can't put those people, you can't take that person and import them into a modern society, give them a phone, give them all these things, and expect them to do well. Okay? Yeah, I didn't see if Utah was on there. No. I'm kind of curious. Let's bring it back up. No, it wasn't doing state by state. It was doing country, Western Christian countries. Yeah, it was doing Christian countries, not states. That'd be interesting to see the breakdown in states, though. It's a good question there, Wise Oak. Or Alabama. Yeah, Alabama. That's a thing. We're right above Alabama here in Missouri. Just a stone's throw, pretty much, down to northern Alabama. I've been down there to look at a car once. It was a bad car. It was not worth the drive. It's cool to see the difference in the roads, though. Missouri has good roads for the most part. For the most part. Pretty solid roads. There are other places. Illinois, not horrible, but not the best. Not as good as Missouri roads. I'm a bit of a Missouri purist. I give props. Give props for our roads. They're good. West Virginia. He has a language PhD that has some really weird takes on drugs and Jesus, and claims he was fired after being investigated for being possessed. If your footing isn't sure, you don't want to listen. Huh. Interesting. Amom Hillman. I have to look that up. I write these things down and I say I'm going to look it up, and then I rarely ever do, because I have horrible follow through. And I also have a full-time job and a family of 5, including myself. So, and now we have many dogs. Well, got 3 dogs, 2 cats, and we have a fish. I forgot to tell you guys, we got a fish, beta fish. It's a cool little guy. I think it's a male. It's a pretty fish. I might take pictures of that fish later. I didn't make this decision. I was out, hunting in the woods, and I came home and there was a fish. But didn't have to pay for the tank. That was free. Came from the mother-in-law. So, yeah. Baltimore, MD, Maryland is supposed to be the worst smoke alarm smoke alarm. Yes, smoke detector or smoke alarm Americans scatter seed and the offspring fuck each other. Well, allegedly. Okay. Smoke detector Americans. That's what I call them usually. Yes. We're not going to talk about this in detail tonight, but apparently, guys, the FDA, they pretty much admitted that the COVID jabs have killed children. What would have been normally just perfectly healthy kids were killed by taking those shots. And guys, we have to be able to criticize those that we support. This is a situation that is long overdue for Trump to address and actually take accountability for. I don't know what that's going to look like, but he needs to. He pushed this shot over and over again, and has had Albert Bourla in the White House. He seems to be really cozy with the big pharma companies right now, and I don't like it. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Call it out. Look into this and stop looking at the fluffers that are around you that are just blowing smoke up your ass. Actually look at these stories and address the fact that the shot that you pushed has killed kids. Probably way more than what they're showing. You look at the VAERS reporting, there's been millions, from the looks of it, millions of deaths that could be attributed to those shots. It's probably more dangerous than COVID itself at this point, from what I would say, from what I've seen, from what I've heard. And this crazy thing is, you got these sons of bitches that are acting like this is a win for how bad COVID is by saying that these super turbo cancers, when you biopsy the tumors, they're laden with spike protein. What does the shot make your body? The shot makes your body a spike protein factory. Does it fucking not? Does it fucking not? Why is there a disconnect? Why is there a disconnect when they talk about how bad the spike protein is for your body? And then they turn around in the same motherfucking breath and they tell you to get a shot that will make your body manufacture the same fucking spike protein. I don't fucking understand how these intellectually inconsistent faggots get any airtime and have any fucking money. You shouldn't be getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year because you're a fucking retard. You say the spike protein is present in these tumors, and then you completely ignore the fact that the fucking shot makes your body a spike protein factory. Well, I don't get it. I don't get how fucking retarded these motherfuckers actually can be. That can't be retardation. It cannot be just pure idiocy. It's got to be intentional at this point. It's got to be intentional just to piss people like me off who have a fucking brain, who can think for 5 fucking seconds. That's got to be what it is. They've got to be trying to break the minds of the American people who actually have a sense of reason. That's the only explanation I have for them to be able to say the things that are so conflicting in the same fucking sentence. I don't. Ugh. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Yeah. What's up, Harry Toe? You joined just in time for a Dozer rant. You did. You did. That's not even a topic that we're discussing today. But I thought about rant. I just decided I wanted to rant about it. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Something's got to be done. It's got to be. It should not be allowed to be given to children. It shouldn't be allowed to be given to anybody, in my opinion. I mean, if you want to poison yourself, I guess go ahead. I think there's very, very low chance that it helps even the elderly. Most of the time, it's going to be similar. The COVID and the flu are going to be very similar to how the flu shot doesn't even prevent the flu. Like in COVID, like these people are still trying to say that the COVID jabs are going to prevent COVID. It literally doesn't. It never. And they said that it did, but it had no evidence that it would actually prevent it. Then they would say, well, it's like a therapeutic. It'll prevent the symptoms from being as severe. That's not even fucking true. It's all gay. It's all gay and lame. Very gay. Very lame. Oh, you like that, Mick You're welcome. Get you a towel. But yeah. That sucks. But it's all, we're gonna get to better things, guys. We're gonna get to better things. Like war with Venezuela. Into the first topic we go, guys. Let's discuss it. I was kind of okay with the cartel boats getting bombed. If that is in fact what they are, they have legit, solid, concrete evidence that those are drugs getting shipped over here on the waters. I'm actually perfectly fine with bombing the fuck out of those. Good, destroy them. Die now. Good. I'm okay with it. A little bit hairy with the proof on that front, though. Like they hopefully know for sure. I don't. But I hope they do. Ah, damn. Lab-grown meat cells are gene spliced with cancer DNA to make it keep dividing. Ew. That's gonna probably be bad. There was a movie called Utopia, guys. A show, called Utopia. An American version, and there was a British version first, I believe. But the American version had, what's his face? John Cusack as the big bad guy, like a Bill Gates-like figure that was involved in fake meat and a tumor noodle soup. Ew. That was involved in excuse me. Making fake meat and that caused illnesses in kids, and then they did a whole vaccine thing. Rainn Wilson, the guy who plays Dwight in The Office, is the doctor, like a Dr. Fauci kind of figure, who literally leads a chant at one point saying, "Free the vaccine! Free the vaccine!" And this was going on during COVID, and I about lost my damn mind when I was watching it. Like, I'm sitting here, mouth agape, like, what? But the news, what's happening right now? God. What's up, B-Money? Free D's nuts. Good to see you, B-Money. Guys, follow B-Money if you haven't yet done so. Follow Tim Fitman as well. Both making contents on the interwebs. Oh, let's get into this article here. Looks like we're probably going to be going to war. We're pretty much already at war with them, talking about land incursions and stuff. And that's just, I thought we had a process, but we had to go through Congress for this shit, but apparently not. Apparently, presidents have just been ignoring that for years anyway. So, why not? Let's just keep it rolling, I guess. I don't like it. And I don't want to see it, but it's what apparently is happening. Trump gave Maduro an ultimatum to flee to Venezuela as land operations loom. Report. Venezuelan dictator reportedly asked for global amnesty and military control before talks stalled. From Emma Bussey. Or is it Bussy? Let's not talk about the Bussy. Emma. It's a term I wish I never knew. Thanks, Trex. President Donald Trump delivered a stern ultimatum to Nicolas Maduro to leave Venezuela immediately before announcing the country's airspace should be closed, according to a report. Per the Miami Herald, Washington's warning was delivered in a phone call with Caracas and offered guaranteed evacuation for Maduro, his wife Celia Flores, and their son, but only if the dictator agreed to resign on the spot. It's not our fucking place to be doing this. The conversation stalled, U.S. officials said, and within hours, Washington escalated dramatically. The ensuing impasse, a source told the outlet, was over Maduro asking for global amnesty for any crimes he and his group had committed. Well, and that was rejected. Well, okay, that's kind of shitty. Maybe not our place, but yeah. But see. Yeah, I don't know here. Second, they asked to retain control of the armed forces, similar to what happened in Nicaragua in 91 with Violeta Chamorro. In return, they would allow free elections. That's not a winning strategy. But also, why is it our fucking problem? It's Venezuela. It's another country. Let's worry about our elections first, huh? How about that? Let's get our elections under control first. Let's do that. Come on, guys. Come on, let's do that. That'd be great. That'd be grand. The final issue was timing, according to the outlet, as Washington demanded that Maduro resign immediately, but Caracas refused. Trump went on to announce Saturday that Venezuelan airspace would be considered closed in its entirety. The Herald also reported that the Maduro government tried to schedule another call to Washington, but received no response. Sorry, Maddie. You fucked around and you're about to find out. Don't test me. Don't test me. This is Bobble Trump, my co-host, by the way. He has a foil hat as well. He has a tiny little aluminipple so that we can match. Okay? Back off to the side. I'll put you in the corner if I need to. Don't put Bobble Trump in the cut corner. I don't want to go again. Saw terrible things. Meg Shells, got to go to bed, but subscribe, so I'll check in again soon. Heck yeah, Meg Shells. Thank you so much for being an amazing Killdozer here in the Dozer Den. Rest well. And yeah, appreciate you. Let's see, the Herald, according to the defense expert familiar with the country's military and state-linked cartel ties, Maduro and key players in his regime could now face their most serious threat yet. I think the operations will start immediately, former Venezuelan diplomat Vanessa Newman told Fox News Digital. The clearing of the airspace is an indication and a very clear public warning that missiles might be coming to take out command and control infrastructure or retaliatory infrastructure, Newman said. Newman. Oh, wait, that's not Victoria Newman. It's Vanessa Newman. Huh. This will not be like breaking a jar into 1,000 pieces. This is where you can lift the concentration of power, and it's easier to manage. The targets have been identified through covert operations over the last several years by people on the ground, she said. So they're well mapped. This is a capture or kill scenario, but there's a limit to how many people you can remove quickly. On Sunday, Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One not to read anything into his declaring Venezuelan airspace closed, and when asked if a strike was imminent. Maduro also doesn't have that many options, and his military is very weak, she warned. You can't go after 30 people simultaneously who are spread all around, but certainly high on the list would be Maduro himself. Yeah, it's not good. Not good. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at that. Harry Toe coming in with a $10 Rumble rant. Dude, we are literally going to do that. We are literally going to watch. We're going to watch that. That's what we're doing. That's our second topic, Harry Toe. You and I, we're on the same wavelength here. We're not going to watch the whole thing probably, but we're going to watch a bit of it tonight. and I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see what it is. Said, for a $10 Rumble rant, turn in the chat gold, guys. Hell freaking yeah, getting us $10. $10 to fancy hat goal. $40 more, and we'll be there, guys. We shall get there. Possibly on a Monday night. It happens sometimes. Turn in the chat gold.
I love gold.
I love gold. Thank you for that. Said, I just finished the Danny Jones podcast where he had an Apollo 16 moon astronaut versus a skeptic. I was a fake moon landing guy. The skeptic sucked so badly that it changed my mind, and we landed. Oh, shit. Well, interesting. See, I think we probably did land on the moon. I just think, well, damn. Well, now I'm curious to see how bad the skeptic is. Let's see if we agree or disagree. But you just finished it, so you're probably not going to want to watch it. I will provide my analysis as we go through. I thought about just watching that Joe Rogan interview. Looked really interesting. He talks about a freaking a dream where he got abducted by aliens. Okay, Joe Rogan got abducted by aliens in his dream. Joe Rogan might have been abducted by aliens, or it's an implanted memory. I don't know, because it sounds like he said it was extremely vivid. Fascinating discussion that I have not yet watched all of yet, but the clips are all over. Red Koala, or I think it's Red Koala or Red Panda, something like that, on X, has been posting clips, and damn, fascinating discussion. But let's see. Venezuela's armed forces, once among Latin America's strongest, have been weakened by years of corruption, sanctions, defections, and lack of maintenance. Much of its equipment, Newman said, has never even been serviced. My gosh, what a shame not to be serviced. Their material is extremely old, decayed, and has not been serviced, Newman explained. They've got junk from the Russians. The stuff they originally had from the Americans is decades old and has not been serviced. So they have neither the personnel, foreign support, nor the material, she said. Ahead of shuttering the airspace, the U.S. also officially designated the cartel allegedly linked with Venezuela's government, the Cartel de los Sols, as a foreign terrorist organization. This cartel turned Venezuela's main oil company into a narcotics trafficking money laundering operation, using the company's access to international finance until it was sanctioned. Newman, who has worked with the governments on countering transnational organized crime linked to the group, explained. That's a mouthful. They were using Venezuelan military jets to bring in cocaine from Colombia, process it in Venezuela, and then move it into Central America and then into Europe. Okay, so why is this our problem? The cocaine was going to Europe. Why isn't this Europe's problem? I don't know. He probably agreed to a date in Probin on a DMT trip. I'm assuming what you're trying to say. Oh, gosh. Why is this our problem? I mean, I guess the boats are coming over to here, and here's the thing: if we're going to attack the drug stuff, let's go after China, because they're providing the ingredients for the fentanyl, apparently. So. And jet pilots, it's a good System of a Down song. Pilots were making a lot of money off that, and they've tortured people. They target people, anybody who tell on them, they're disappeared. Who tells on them, they're disappeared. I'm assuming you've missed an S there, Mr. Author or Mrs. Author. Newman said, they're now one of the prime drug trafficking networks into the United States and Europe. Okay, so now we've included us. Okay, now we're making the connection here. All right, and use their military positions, including their military-to-military relations, to grow and accelerate those movements. In fact, in September, the European Parliament also voted in favor of the EU designating Cartel de los Sols as a terrorist organization. The Cartel de los Sols is also a key collaborator and financier of Hezbollah, and some of the drug money has been used to fund terrorist attacks that have killed American citizens, even in the Middle East, added Newman, CEO of Asymmetrica Group, which specializes in defense cooperation. The U.S. has also ramped up a military and intelligence campaign targeting drug trafficking networks linked to Venezuela, including strikes on suspected narcotics boats. The decision is President Trump's because when he says go, we go. And anybody knows when he'll say that. And nobody knows when he'll say that, Newman said. He has mobilized so many assets down there now. But what President Trump is doing now is long overdue. The timing is right now, she added. Because even Maduro's biggest backers, Russia and Iran, are both on the back foot. And China will not go that far in backing Maduro, as it has bigger and broader interests throughout the region. She also noted that Maduro is also weakened because his partners are weakened and have their own issues to deal with, and that we also now have a concentration of power and deep repression within the country that's quite unified, which means it's easy to flip. Statecraft. Guys, statecraft. We need a 50-ish year of isolationism to get our crap straight. Yes. I absolutely agree with you. 50 years of focusing on the United States and we could be glorious. We could be a true golden age. A true golden age if we focused on us for 50 years. Yeah. Shut off immigration completely from other places, 100%. Like, even legal, fucking just shut it down right now. You know what? From certain places. Let's do certain places. The shithole countries. How about that? That'd be fine with me. Newman identified others in the regime who may be targeted, including Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello, Minister of Interior, Justice and Peace, and Alexander Granco Ortega, head of Venezuela's counterintelligence agency, the DGCIM. One of the reasons Granco is an important figure is that he's one of the reasons why they haven't capitulated and why there has not been a military uprising, Newman explained. It's because of the brutality of the counterintelligence that they do their own military, and hundreds of soldiers are tortured. That said, the Venezuelan people have made it clear that they want Maduro out and fought democratically, but lost, she added. They voted in the elections, protested peacefully, lobbied for sanctions, and lobbied for international support, she said. I would just prefer us not to fuck around with it. If it's affecting us directly, which I guess you could argue that with the drug stuff, I don't know though. It doesn't. They're gonna have to do a little bit better. They're gonna have to do a little bit more justification. And the thing is, they're not even really trying that hard. That's the crazy part. Harry Toe said only super hot women can migrate to America. Commie titties are still commie titties, Harry Toe. So be careful. Be careful. Slava cocaine. Oh no. Let's listen to this. Oh, he's gonna look at him, Maduro. He's got a sword. Guy with a funny backpack. Literal saber rattling.
No hay excusa para nadie. Prohibido fallar en esta coyuntura decisiva para la existencia de la República. No hay excusa para nadie, sea civil, sea político.
What is the point of this if we don't have subtitles? Fuck this. I don't understand what he's saying. Do you guys? Nope. But yeah, I'd just rather us not, to be honest with you guys. I'd just rather us fucking not. Tim Finman, hard pass on the gummy cooter. Well, you know. Good luck on finding a Cuban with a magic box. It looks like a PTA meeting. Yeah, and I don't know why he was... What was the point of that? What was the point of all that? I don't know. Oh, gosh. But it looks like it's happening. Guys. We're going to be in war with Venezuela. That's cool. It's exactly what the American people wanted. I don't know. Meg Shells, thanks for the follow. S. Henson with a repost. Wise Elk with a repost. Thank you guys so much for reposting this stream, and I will be interacting with the reposts most likely tomorrow. Yeah. Goodness gracious. Venezuela is a reach around for the Mexican problem. Yeah. Kinda. Geographically. Feels like it. I do sincerely appreciate the repost, guys. Apparently it helps the channel grow. It's what I've been told. That is what I've been told. By top men. No. Rumble is, I think, going to be seeing some really big growth over the next year. Partnerships with Perplexity and Northern Data, and I think they're going to start seeing some pretty big improvements. At least I hope so. I'd like them to get their Canvas stuff fixed up, their base, Rumble studio stuff figured out. But how do I not know what a Cuban magic box is? I'll check it out. I'm unconcerned. What's up, Lore Blades? Lore Blades with a whoosh, slap of that peach. Every now and then you got to slap the peach. Sometimes you make them count just to drive the point home. Good to see you, Laura. We're talking about Venezuela, the war, the incoming war that we're probably going to be in. A Cuban magic box. It's for pig roasting. Well, this is cool. This is an interesting little toggle feature here. Sharing it. Hope I don't get any weird pop-ups like we did the other night. Go to a YouTube YT down for a YouTube downloader and freaking punish the witch with an anime style witch and stocks bent over and different implements to punish the witch. I swear I only use this computer for streaming, guys. It wasn't me. Hey there, Sartorius, if I did not say hello to you. For World War III, the other world powers will need a basis in Venezuela and Colombia to island hop to the U.S. Probably. But apparently this is a Cuban magic box. It's a pig roaster. Look at that. Look at that. Pig roasting instruction model. La Caja China. Well, that's how's that Cuban? It's Chinese. $499.99. Is that a Cyber Monday special? 87 pounds, guys. Large portable pig roaster. You know, I'm thinking that other things may have been put in these. Cuban magic box isn't a vagina. Apparently not. Apparently not. I mean, if you put a top hat on it, maybe. Or like a wizard hat. Not a top hat. Wizard hat. Nice witch roaster. There you go. What's up, Hamburglar Halper? Good to see you. Thanks for popping into the chat. The charcoal goes on the top. China is Cuban for box, I think. Magic China. Wise Oak wants a Colombian one. Okay. Large portable pig roaster model number 2. 110 pounds. La Caja China roasting box model number 2 provides the answer for those wondering how to roast a pig. Have you wondered how to roast a pig? Wonder no longer. Here's your answer. That's 100 pounds or so. In those circumstances where the pig requires a bigger pig roasting box, the Model 2 provides the room needed. Of course, if a whole pig isn't on the menu, the Model 2 can still handle plenty of meat, just like your mom, with a minimum of fuss. Need some roasted chicken? The Model number 2 can handle up to 18 of them. That's right, 18 cocks in that big girl. And the optional rotisserie kit can allow for hassle-free rotation. Turkey, up to 6 of those gobblers at once. Rib slabs, 10 at a time. If it can be roasted, slow cooked, and seared, the Model number 2 can handle the load, just like your mom. The Model... Shit, I am 12 years old. I'm sorry. The Model number 2 pig cooker is just what is needed when the backyard can't be dug up for a pit and building a brick oven isn't feasible. What a shame. Marine-grade aluminum ensures years of durability, while stainless steel accessories make cleaning up quick and painless. The sturdy construction and portable design make the Model number 2 the sort of go-anywhere, do-anything cooking implement that can be pulled out on the patio with hardly any effort, or loaded up into a truck bed and hauled out to the middle of nowhere for incredible parties without back-breaking labor. That's right. That's right. This box doesn't take a lot of effort, guys. Apparently... the size. It's the most popular roasting box. It can cook up to 110-pound pig, live weight. Convenience, you have the flexibility of roasting a small or large pig, lamb or goat. Quality, made in the USA. Spare parts available. Lined with the marine aluminum. Versatility, 16 to 18 whole chickens, 4 to 6 turkeys, 8 to 10 pork rib slabs, 8 to 10 pork shoulders. Oh, God. All that meat, guys. All that meat. When the situation demands a pig roasting box, La Caja China has the right tool for the job. Well, God bless you, saying Lant, for that. God bless you. What would we have done without that knowledge, okay? What would we really have done? I don't think we would have made it. I don't really think we are. Trump would be better to conquer and liberate and admit Manitoba, split King Charles's land in half, and base the U.S. Arctic Fleet in the port of Churchill, Manitoba. Harry, I need the larger version for my meat. Oh, man. 18 cocks in a pig box. Yum. Indeed. Hamburglar Helper, the first smoker modern, was a barrel cut in half. Same, Lore Blades. Now I want pulled pork. I want just barbecue now. I want some boneless barbecue ribs. Oh, with butter and the barbecue sauce mixed together. So good. So good, guys. You'll love it. Buy a fucking barrel, hamburger, what Hopper says. Oh, gosh. Oh, wow. Well, there was that. Now I know things. Now I've learned something. The more you know. Guys, there's some good news on the front with those National Guard, the National Guard shooting. Was that an MK Ultra? Was that an op? I don't know, but I really am tired of seeing attacks take place and CIA connections just rampant. It sucks. I'm tired of hearing that. It's getting old. The amount of individuals that have attacked, very public attacks that are connected to the CIA. Now, am I saying the CIA did this? Probably not. Maybe not. I hope to God not. But I really would want to know this person's interactions with people online. I want to see who was stirring him up. Because I think that's a valid thing to wonder about. But that's just me. That's just me. We do have an update on one of them. Yes, sadly, the female, I forgot her name. I think it might have been something Burbank. Sorry, forgot her name. I didn't actually read any about it. I just heard about it. And I didn't want it to take up my Thanksgiving weekend with sadness. So, but it is sad that she'd passed. Andrew Wolf is still alive though, and apparently there's some good signs. So
that Andrew remains in serious condition. We did have some positive news that we were told that Andrew was asked if he could hear the nurse who asked the question to give a thumbs up, and he did respond. And we were told that he also wiggled his toes.
nice.
So we take that as a positive sign. I'm not here to speculate, but I will say one thing, that Melody, the mom, has been so positive a force, and she's been asking people across the country to pray for her son, and those prayers are working. So say is that
Absolutely.
Andrew remains in.
Absolutely, keep Andrew Wolf in your prayers, guys, and may justice and punishment be swift for the monster that attacked him and anybody who may have inspired him. I'll just say that. Just a fucking shame. And the response from the left on this has been in it's just sad at this point. Like, I'm honestly just sad for where the country is, that you have faggots on the left that have responded with this. If they wouldn't have been there, this wouldn't have happened. This is because Trump put them there, all that political theater. Oh, if they wouldn't have been there, they wouldn't have got shot. If they wouldn't have been there, they wouldn't have got attacked. If they wouldn't have been wearing that skimpy dress, they wouldn't have got raped. That's the same fucking argument you stupid motherfuckers are making. That is the same fucking argument. Just because a National Guard member should not be afraid to show their face in public with the fear of being shot. That should not be something in America that we are accepting. Okay? That's not something that should be allowed. That is not something that anybody should be encouraging. A National Guard member should be able to walk around in uniform and pick up trash. If that's all they're fucking doing is picking up trash, guess what? That's O-fucking-K. They shouldn't have to feel like there's a possibility that they should get shot. I was going back and forth with a faggot on X, trying to be purposefully obtuse about Destiny's calls for wanting people to fear being killed for going to Trump rallies or going to conservative events. What's the implication there? The implication is you want them to fear being killed because there's an actual real possibility of being killed, which means you want more people to go out there and kill people. That's what that means. And anybody that is acting like that's not what that means is being willfully obtuse. And in my opinion, is a faggot. Destiny is one of the very few people where there's very few times where I will say words demand violence in response. And when you call for violence, when you call for people to say, when you say that people should fear that that they'll be killed for going to an event or for having a belief, you deserve to get your bitch ass stomped into the fucking dirt. Destiny is one of the very few people that I'll say the words that absolutely warrants a physical fucking response. Destiny should have had his little bitch ass beaten to the fucking dirt. Fuck that little faggot. God bless Joe Neerman, my favorite Jew on the internet. Good logic. God bless him for even entertaining having a discussion with that little fuck. Just the very end of it, Destiny just snape. Clearly, he is somebody who has never been smacked in the fucking mouth. And I think that there are a lot of men out there, because we have a bitch-made society that has coddled bitch-made men to a point where they've never been smacked in the fucking mouth. And I think Destiny is one of those people who clearly, I don't know if he had a brother or not, and if he did, his brother didn't beat the shit out of him enough. But some men need that in their life. They need a point where they get their shit stomped in. And then it'll correct that shitty behavior, and they don't step out of line anymore. Destiny clearly never had that happen for him. And it's been sad. I mean, he's made a fucking lot of money off of it. Made a lot of fucking money off of it. Good for you, you fucking twat. I think it's disgusting that people will pay for that shit. But Destiny, he's somebody that I think absolutely should have gotten smacked in the fucking mouth long ago. Yeah. It's not good. Not good at all. The willful level of just faux inability to understand the points you're making from the left. That's the problem. That's why we can't have a proper discourse in this country, because they're intentionally being obtuse. Intentionally pretending that they can't understand basic fucking logic. Either that or they've just lost their damn minds. I don't know. Ha! Laura Blades, you convinced me. I'll punch him in the mouth for you. Yeah, and the reason that I said it, like the only reason that I feel this way is literally how he responded for saying people should fear being killed for having an opinion. Yeah, you're advocating for violence, man. You can tiptoe around it and be cute about it all you fucking want, but that's exactly what you're doing. And acting like it's anything other than that is disingenuous and just lying. So Destiny has a slack jaw when talking. Maybe an adjustment to his jaw would have helped. Yeah. Hamburger Helper, you're a Jew? Well, God bless you. I thought you're one of my favorite Jews, okay? Joe is my favorite Jew on the internet, though. Disagree with him sometimes, but I like his analysis and I like how he approaches things. I haven't actually watched his show in a minute. He did move his show to earlier in the day, though, so I really have no excuse other than my children and being engaged with them during that time period. Who wants to do that, right? Yeah, my kids are why I can't watch my favorite Jew on the internet. But let's see. Yeah, he needs to smack upside his head. I would agree. I hope my wife got home. It's kind of shitty weather tonight, guys. Let me text her real quick. Gotta let her know. There we go. Okay. Letting her know why the elder dozer offspring might be on the couch with a puppy. I think I just heard her close her door. I hope she's okay. It was kind of crappy, sleety, like freezing rain and sleet kind of area. That's what we get down in Southeast Missouri. We don't get real snow down here usually. We had a good bit last year. I got a great picture of me beaming my eldest child in the face with a snowball. It's beautiful. Like Lady Dozer was snapping pictures as I threw a snowball. You see me throwing it flying. My kid's face, and then it smashes into her face and it explodes. It's great. It's great. Yeah, black ice is concerning. I think they treated the roads. Pretty sure they did, but honestly, December 1st. Did not expect wintry precipitation, but we had it was spittin' snow. Have you guys ever heard that expression, spittin' snow? I had never heard that until the lovely older black woman that I worked with at the Walmart bakery. That was like my second job. Fresh out of high school, first job fresh out of high school. Second job, I had a job during high school and summer and stuff at an orchard, actually. That's right, I'm short and brown, and I had a job at an orchard, picking apples and corn and peaches and all that good stuff. But working at the Walmart bakery, Alma said it was spit and snow. And I said, what? She said, yeah, it's spit and snow. I was like, the hell does that mean? She goes, you never heard that? I said, no, ma'am. And she described it to me. I said, oh, you mean flurrying? said, yeah, it's a little bit different. I was like, okay. And she goes, spit and snow, it's kind of coming down, but just a little bit. Like, it just sounds like flurries to me, but okay, I'll say spit and snow. So I adopted that. I came in from into the office earlier after going out to my car for something. I was like, yeah, it's spitting a little bit of sleet out there, spitting some snow, but it means it's wet. Oh, well, okay, a little bit slushy, wet snow. The massholes are scheduled to get buried under a nor'easter tomorrow. Good. I was in cider. I picked out the ones with a certain amount of rot on them are the ones that get thrown into the cider bin. Mm-hmm. Half snow, half water. You said water. I agree. Wise out. God is glorious. People like him is why the bitch slap exists. I concur. Yeah, I don't usually say words that warrant violence, but when you call for violence for others, I want violence to be incurred upon you. A little bit of an eye for an eye mentality there. Probably not the best, but hey, whatever. You know what is the best though? Okay, guys. It's really cool when you see somebody at Planet Fitness try a Dickens cider. I just read that. Okay. A good one. It's a good one, Sertorius. Cheeky. I love that. Oh, yes. But it's great when somebody at Planet Fitness is wearing a political shirt, and God bless this woman, whoever she is.
Can I take a picture of your shirt?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. I just want to show everyone.
It says ICE is the KKK.
I just want to show everyone what a fucking pussy you are. Have a great one. Can I take a picture of your shirt?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. I just want to show everyone what a fucking pussy you are. Have a great one.
That deserves the party blower. God bless that woman. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Harry Toe says, I'll never advocate for violence. I'm suggesting that a medical intervention to help his temporomandibular joint disorder. Temporomandibular joint disorder. Okay, there we go. TMD. It's great. I was wondering if it's not slack jaw, it's temporomandibular joint disorder. I mean, I think it's probably from his meds. There are some medications, some antipsychotic medications that cause involuntary movements like he has with his jaw. That or he's on meth. Could be meth, could be one of his meds. Tardive dyskinesia. You can have something. Sometimes there'll be a shuffle. Sometimes there'll be a tick. Sometimes there'll be a mouth movement that you can't control. That's what I would guess. But I'm not his doctor, and I don't know this man's medical history. I don't know his medical access record, the MAR, or anything like that. But, but yeah. That lady, though, my gosh, that's just high five for her at a Planet Fitness, just being based as fuck. People hate on Planet Fitness, but you can get a really good workout there. When I was hitting it really hard, I was actually doing it at Planet Fitness. I got up to where I was benching over, close to 400 pounds. And that was on the free weights too, not just the Smith machine, because they don't have free weights really. They got bench. You get dumbbells. You can do dumbbells up to like 80 pounds, I think. It's the highest they go at Planet Fitness. And I was that guy that asked. I said, could I bring my 100-pounders in just to work out with them and then take them out? It's like a farmer's walk, right? It's a workout going in and out. They said probably not. Probably not. No, fine. I never set off the lunk alarm, but I was close. He's never been locked up. He only runs away. I agree. Not a good guy. Harry Toe says, I have Planet Fitness. Pretty cool. It's fairly cheap. I have a gym membership. I've just been slacking like a son of a gun. I got sick that one time and had that pathetic bench. Like, I felt awful about myself. I was like, I had trouble doing 225 15 times. That's lightweight for me. Like on bench, that is not heavy weight. They have a really good leg workout, squats and deadlifts. They got the mats and stuff, platforms for that. So, Sartorius, offer your girl the Dickens cider bottle, or even the Dickens cider can. Yes, it's good. 12-ounce curls. Hey, there you go. I can't lift without screaming, dropping weights, and sweating all over everything. Pretty much, yeah. Going to the gym, just get some hex bells and a chin-up bar. I mean, you can. You can get a lot of work. You can do a lot with your body weight. And if you've got a cage like rack, like I got a squat rack in my shed, and not my shed, in my garage. It's just got a bunch of crap in it right now because I don't do squats because I skip leg day perpetually, pretty much skipping leg day. This is what it is. I see we got 20 people watching here on Rumble tonight. If you haven't said something in the chat, say hello. You could even just do a couple emotes. That'll count towards my metrics as a Rumble creator, guys. If you haven't yet reposted the stream, go ahead and repost the stream. Helps the channel out from what I understand. Yeah, push-ups, burpees. You can use chairs. Just even leaning over on chairs, having a chair like at the kitchen table and moving one chair over here, and then just pressing down and then up, slow and controlled, sets of like 15 or 20. Yeah, that's free. Going up and down stairs, doing one-legged squats. You can get a heck of a workout. Heck of one. You have a bicycle, that's leg day. Very nice. Very nice. Dragging that deer a quarter mile was a pretty good one. 225, 15 times on a sick day. I call Bill on my team. Yeah, I'm all right. I mean, it's where I got my nickname, Bill Dozers, from football. I'm a stout little son of a bitch from what I understand. That's what people tell me. I was working out with my boss on a work trip. We went down to the hotel gym, and I was mad about something. And it was an overhead press. It was on a stack, but it was overhead press. And I just put the pin in the bottom of the stack. It was a little over 200 pounds. I did a set of 20 with it. I was pissed off. I was mad. And I usually like to take my anger out. I'm supposed to. When I get a chance, I like to get all my energy out onto the weights. That's just how I've done it ever since I was 13 years old. I get mad, go do something physical. And you gotta get that out. So yeah, I played football in high school. They told me I could have played college, walk on. I didn't get a scholarship offer because I'm short as shit. But it didn't matter how big you were. I was going to get in your gut and show you. It's hilarious watching the tapes of me and my brother on the right side of the O line my senior year. I was the tackle. My brother was the guard. He's a little bit quicker than I was. He got down to like 160 pounds. He's like 5'3". I'm 5'6". Well, we're built like little fire hydrants. And it was hilarious to see us going up against 6 foot, 400 pound big old boys from down south. And seeing us just dominate their asses. It's like, what's going on here? I learned, and I didn't know this as an offensive lineman until my senior year. Nobody told me that during a pass play, first of all, if you're an offensive lineman during a pass play, you don't go over the line of scrimmage. You're shuffling. It's just like a sewing machine motion with your feet when you're blocking, right? You're doing pass blocking. You're not driving. You're shuffling, popping them. Shuffle, pop. And nobody told me until my senior year that when that ball is caught, that's when you as a lineman can go downfield. You can knock the fuck out of people. And it was so liberating when I got told that, because he's big old boy, like I said, 6'5", 400 pounds, not even joking. And I was 235 at the time. So I'm about 245 right now. But he's standing straight up watching that ball, and I watched for a second, and then I watched him, and like I was ready, and as soon as the receiver caught the ball, rolled big boy, and he got mad at me. He rolls up, and my number was 74, hence Bill Dozer 74. He rolls, there's a backward somersault a couple times, gets up, 74, I got your number, 74. I said, bring it on, big man. Let's see it. He didn't get me. I still made him look like shit. He got a scholarship though. He didn't shake my hand at the end of the game. At the end of the game, you line up and you go and you shake hands with everyone, or at least a high five, kind of. He wouldn't look at me. Wouldn't look at me or my little brother. Like, it's because you probably looked a little bit bad to the scouts, seeing little short shits take your ass. Billy had a Napoleon complex? I mean, I guess. It was fun, though. It was fun when people underestimate you, to show them, be like, hey, probably don't want to do that. judo in college was fun too. I didn't compete, but I was in a judo class, and like they asked me to compete, but I just like I don't have the time. I was getting married and buying a house, full-time student, full-time work. Just wouldn't I told him, I was like, I appreciate that vote of confidence, but I don't want to do a disservice to you or the sport by giving it half of my effort or not as much effort or attention that it deserves. I loved it. It's fun. Choking people out's great. Throwing people, I was doing moves that they technically hadn't taught me yet. Whenever we were doing I think it's called Randori in judo. When you're doing the stand up, it's I think it's like dance maybe in Japanese, something like that. But yeah, hairy toe, dog, Jim and dog, slap at the beach. Yes. There was a football story regaling there, right there. Don't do that very often. You guys inspired me though. You guys want to see a retard? Look at him. Look at his sad little face. Look at his sad little face. Viva Fry. This is hilarious. I zoomed in on Tim Walls as he was forced to confront his failures as a governor. His stupid puppy dog. I thought we were friends. Face is the funniest thing I've seen in a while. Meet the press. Actually being press.
Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from government programs during COVID. As you know, Governor, that is more than Minnesota spends each year to run its Department of Corrections. So I want to give you a chance to respond to this. Do you take responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state? Dozens of people.
Got him. Yeah, he was talking about fraudsters when in Minnesota they were fraudstering away. That's okay, apparently, if you're of East African descent. That's okay. Hamburglar helper. My buds always said go into boxing, but I prefer to keep it discreet. Bah. Yeah. I like wrestling. Wrestling's fun. The grappling part of judo, that was just great. I loved one of the drills we did was back to back, and pretty much that's a speed drill and speed and endurance drill. And so you set back to back, and they say go, and it's pretty much whoever's quickest to be able to turn around and get the better position. And you pin or you get the person to tap, and they're done. And then if you won, you stay up there. You get back in the middle. Next person up, fresh one comes up back to back. I made it 6 or 7 people in, and I got gassed as fuck. And mind you, I was actually quite a bit chunkier at the time. I was probably about 260 probably. Still strong, but you get a little bit thick and you get a little out of breath easier. But it was fun. I loved that. And they were like, people were so excited. Like by the time he got to the 7th or 8th person, like dude was ready to go. He's like, yeah, man, let's go. And I was just like, I flopped. I was like, just fucking, just pin me. He goes, man, he's like, give me some of that energy. Give me some. I said, fuck, fine. And then I started going with him, and I think I got him. I think I ended up pinning him. So I acted like I felt like I was done, but I got a breather, and he's just like, come on, man, actually give me something. And I was like, fine, I'll go. And we went, and then I got up against a dude who'd been in it for years and really knew what he was doing. And the technique this guy had was just superb. And my freaking brute force and minimal technique compared to what he had. He was like a purple belt. I was coming in yellow belt, freaking just good. I think it's genetic. My dad was a wrestler. And we're farm boys, so it's kind of what it is. But yeah. Speaking of retards, did you guys see Joe Biden out in Nantucket? Look at him, guys. He was definitely very capable of being president for 4 more years.
Oh, yeah, I've got to meet you. Just not me. Here on Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for everything you've done.
What a dumb bitch.
You are?
Steal your hand.
I feel like we should, what's it called? We should get us up.
Not gonna let it go.
Oh, they won't.
I'm gonna stop and just turn right around.
She looks like she's about to cry.
For sure.
Is that his daughter? Is that the one that he showered with? Is that Ashley Biden? That poor woman.
Thank you. This way. Yep, you're going this way.
Thank you, Mr.
Telling him where he's going.
President. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Oh, is that an H1B feller?
Thanks for your service
Do not redeem.
and thanks for coming back.
Yes, we have Cow Poop Festival. You'll come join next time. If you are alive. Biden's gonna bite your hand. He did nibble. Nibble. Shuffle. Gotta. He's so. If he wasn't so evil when he was with it, I would be nicer. That was Ashley Biden. Holy crap!
I got it.
Honestly, though, like you gotta pray for her, and you gotta pray. I pray for even my worst enemy, but Biden, he did some. I have no pity for pedophiles, and I strongly believe that he's a fucking pedophile. I strongly believe her diary where she talked about him showering with her when she was 11 years old. Fucking inappropriate. I have kids. I have a 10-year-old daughter. No fucking way I would be in the shower with my daughter. It's just not happening.
That was good. I'm happy, President.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, you got distracted.
I'll do that.
God bless. Oh my goodness.
I'd ask him, hey, can you repeat after me? No ifs, ands, or buts.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
I'm going to say 3 words at the start of this conversation. Chair, apple, bird. I want you to remember those words. As we go through this conversation, at some point, I will ask you to restate those words, so they're very important. It's fucked. If Laura Blades is in the chat, she knows exactly what I'm doing there.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Biden. Mr. Biden. So great, right? Yeah. We took a photo last year at the Mary Copeland House stuff, but I hardly got the selfie. And I saw that photo.
Yeah, there was. Laura knows. Laura knows.
That's your daughter? Yes. Hi, how are you? Thank you.
Just stay out ahead of our using it all you want. Stay out ahead. You know the drill.
I got it. I got it.
What is that? Oh, I fish. Oh no. The noise is killing me. Oh, the people are so excited. Elder abuse and pedo apologism in one video. Yeah, that very easily could have been our a continuing quote unquote president of the United States, guys. And they try to compare any slip ups that Trump may have or slurs that he may have to that. Okay, be that guy. Be that guy. I don't care. Both kids are drug addicted and sex addicted deviants caused by Biden, and I want them to get better. Yep, Harry Toe, I absolutely want them to get better. I think that I think every human has the potential to improve and change, except for pedophiles. Adult pedophiles, there's no evidence, no research, no studies that indicate that there's a chance that they can be rehabilitated. The only thing they are good for is a paycheck for somebody else to keep them under lock and key. That's the only reason that I can see justifying them continuing to partake in the same oxygen as me. That's it. Other than that, scaphism, guys. Scaphism, aka the boats. It's an ancient Syrian form of torture/execution, where you take 2 boats, right? And you stack them. But you cut holes for the arms and the legs and the head. And you take the person that is the offender and you strip them naked. You cover them in milk and honey. It has to be hot, by the way. It has to be very hot. Summer months. And so you cover them in milk and honey, and you also keep feeding them. Nature's going to take its course. They're going to be there for hours. And then the bugs are going to start to come in. And then the bugs, slowly, I'm assuming painfully, do the work for you. And that is the reward that I think pedophiles deserve. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Yes, indeed. One more thing before we get into the moon landing debate, guys. They say there's a hero among us, and they say a hero can save us. Well, Hand mining uranium without PPE. Ooh, that would be a pretty rough one. Wise Oak, that's a thought I hadn't had before. That'd be their flesh would start peeling off. That's awful. I like the cut of your jib there. I like the cut of your jib there, Wise Oak. So here's a hero going around and giving the homeless machetes and alcohol. I actually do not like what this guy is doing and do not advocate for it. This is really, really dangerous. This is going to lead to problems. What's up, Layla Decker? Good to see you.
Can I get one more?
I can't. I gotta give it. I'll tell everybody. Yes.
That's so great.
Every one of these. There you go. You're welcome. There you go. This is mine on stage. You're welcome. All right. There you go.
I mean, the one in the wheelchair probably needs it.
Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me.
I'm not gonna lie, one of these videos is probably going to end in him getting one in the head.
Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, and alcohol. That's skull right there. I see it.
There you go. Need some protection out here. You know what I'm saying? Here. Hell yeah. Out here, you know? You're welcome. Oh yeah, I'll go over there. I'll hand him.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh man.
Big ass sword. You want one? You're welcome.
The cop said technically he wasn't doing anything illegal.
Let's feed the homeless. Today I'm going to be making something special for people in need. Because of the government shutdown being in effect, there are a lot of struggling people out here. Everyone deserves a good meal, and I'm very grateful to be able to use my privilege to give back however
What the fuck is he doing? He doing Fireball and fucking Lucy's? Attacked. Man, mental health is a problem in this country. We really should be taking better care of those who are mentally ill. We really should be. That's they shouldn't have shut down the asylums. I'm not saying the old school asylums were doing some great stuff. They weren't. Damn. Yeah, he's giving machete to drugged up people and alcohol. It's yeah, it's a prick. I agree, Harry Toe. I make jokes. I have dark humor, but it's not good. It's not good. Somebody's going to die because of his actions. And I sincerely think that they should probably charge him. If, you gave the machete to people. What else is the purpose? What's the purpose of giving the machete to people? Trying to get people killed. That's the only reason. Oh, it's for self-defense. They're unwell. They're people that probably shouldn't have. The cops saying that it's not technically illegal. I kind of have a bone to pick with that because some of these people are probably not able to care for themselves. Might be technically wards of the state at some point, or were at some point until they escaped. No. I forgot a topic, guys. I forgot to include a topic in the show. This is something that I wanted to talk about. We're going to talk about it for a second. Before we get into the moon landing stuff, scromiting. What is that, you may ask? Speaking of drugs, the anti-weed propaganda is back since Trump is talking about rescheduling it. Chronic pot smokers warn scromiting is worse. Silence. Is worse than childbirth. Almost died from it. What is scromiting? Screaming and vomiting apparently at the same time. From chronic pot use? Have you guys ever heard of this? Have you ever heard of this thing? I know people who've been smoking pot for years, and I have never heard of this being a thing. But apparently, according to the New York Post, Michaela Schuttler, I don't know. Chronic pot smokers warn scromiting. Pain is worse than childbirth. Almost died from it. Oh, only Eminem? Scromiting, or the screaming and vomiting brought on by chronic cannabis use. I why are you acting like this is something that is common? Is worse than childbirth, according to TikTok users. Oh, it was on TikTok, so it's real. Okay, good job, New York Post. Fucking Christ. Gotta tell Lady Dozer, just because it's on TikTok doesn't mean it's true. Fact check it. I'm not trying to sound like a dick here, but, misinformation is a thing. Actual misinformation happens, especially on the TikTok Chicom app. But not my, simmering the deer head that got 150,000 views. Not sure why that happened. He sold millions of CDs scromiting. Yeah. I scream when I vomit and I get the comment. I don't know why I did that, but it happened. I'm not sorry. Scromiting or screaming and vomiting brought on by chronic cannabis use, worse than childbirth. This shit's wild. It's some of the worst physical pain I've ever experienced in my life, and I birthed him, a 9-pound baby, says Vanilla Sunshiny 205, pointing to her son. I was crying and screaming. Like, I can't take this anymore. I'm just begging God, please make it stop, she said. Scromiting, the colloquial term for cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, CHS, can initially last up to 48 hours, with people reportedly puking up to 30 times a day. Chronic pot smokers can then suffer from this nausea and severe abdominal pain for years. What? How much weed are you smoking? Like, I've only screamed and vomited when I had the flu or too much booze. Yeah. If you've got some kind of asthma problem, I could see how you might have problems. Yeah, I mean, if you have asthma, you probably shouldn't be inhaling smoke. But what? Let's listen to her. Maybe she looks like she's got a lot of wisdom to share, guys.
Like, I hate my life. I'm just begging God, please make it stop. Like, and I didn't know what was causing it, but scromiting.
No wisdom imparted there. I'm sorry. There's a guy smoking on his bed. Okay. Stoners have taken to social media to warn others of the torturous condition. I almost died from it. I couldn't eat or drink for a week. I was throwing up 24/7, claimed Liz Hannaford, who said she was smoking 3 to 4 times a day for more than 4 years. I mean, that's a lot. That is a lot of weed smoking. You probably shouldn't be doing that. What are you running from? What are you running from? She said it took her a long time to connect her condition to smoking weed. I threw up at first, and I continued to smoke. Threw up again, continued to smoke. She said in another video. Another user reenacted a scromining episode for her 18,000 followers. I'm kind of curious. You're not going to play? Ew. Shit. That didn't work.
Oh my gosh. What do I do?
No, that's just retarded. It's a sound from Family Guy, I think. Okay. Scromining leads to severe dehydration and loss of electrolytes. It's got lack of electrolytes. And can be fatal according to a study. Okay. According to a study by researchers at the University of Illinois and published in the JAMA Network Open Medical Journal, it also is on the rise. The disturbing analysis showed that related emergency room visits since 2016 have increased dramatically since the pandemic. Another TikTok user posted photos of herself in a hospital bed after a particularly bad episode. Maybe you shouldn't be smoking as much. Cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome is not something I wish on anyone. I'm a week sober and have been to the hospital twice, wrote Witchy Katie 86 in her caption. Oh. Bathing in hot water can help relieve the symptoms of CHS, but the only real solution is to stop smoking completely. Once halting marijuana use, scromining symptoms will lessen, although they can take years to fully disappear, according to the Cleveland Clinic. Other social media users who experience the pain of scromiting have been sober influencers employing their TikTok pages to raise awareness for cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Smoking nearly killed me, said Miss Womanist 3. Adding, she's been sober for more than 6 months. The only thing to stop the recurring sickness is you have to stop smoking, she said. Okay. Okay. Has anyone ever heard of that? Anybody in the chat ever heard of that? I've literally never heard of that weed dipped in formaldehyde. Maybe. Cannabis is the devil to these wizards, but SSRI is life-changing. Cough, legal meth. Yeah. She's crazy. Yeah, I get that vibe. Weed plus something else. I'm thinking they were doing other things. I'm thinking their stuff might have had other stuff on top of it. Or if you do too much of anything, you can have some bad stuff happen. That's a thing. That don't overdo it. Like, you drink too much alcohol, and guess what's going to happen to you? You eat too much sugar, you're going to end up with diabetes, like me. It's not as bad, but yeah, anything you do too much of, and it's going to be bad for you. Chill. Okay, how about you just chill on the usage a little bit? But good night. Don't take government meth. Rest well, Hamburglar Helper. Thanks for hanging out in the chat for a while, bud. Guys, if you haven't reposted the stream yet, get that repost going. If you haven't liked the stream yet, what are you waiting for? Guys, I'm just saying, you know what you really should do, guys? What you should really do is smash the like button, for the love of God. Some of y'all forget. I know. Not calling anybody out by name, Harry Totu. But sometimes people forget that like button. And I understand. I squirrel. Okay? I squirrel too. It happens. It's all right, though. It's all right. We got 18 likes. Not bad. See 28 people watching. Saying Glant with a repost. Tim Fenman with a repost. Harry Toe with a repost. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Let us go ahead and get into the next topic. I've dicked around long enough, guys. Layla Decker, it's been a minute since I've seen you in the chat. Thank you for joining this episode of the Dozer Den. Good to see you. Majority of the time, these streamers are normies or grifters. Yep. Getting paid. They're getting paid. Yeah. I get diarrhea. Harry Totu says, I get diarrhea when I eat ice cream, so I don't eat ice cream. I should be a counselor. It's literally it's like CBT, thought, behavior. The thought is, well, yeah. We have a video. It's a 4-hour debate. We're probably not going to watch the whole thing. What's up, Red Delta? Good to see ya. Smashed on your way in. There you go. Good smashing. Love to see it. Let's go ahead and get into this debate. I'm going to stop and provide my perspective when they make points that I think are on point, or when they make crappy points, or when I see the moderator not doing a great job. I will critique it. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this banner so you can see the full video. If you haven't followed me, Laura Blaze, I did ABA therapy. There you go. Yep. Applied behavioral analysis. Oh, man. It's an interesting profession. I thought about going ahead and getting into that, but I don't know. It takes a lot of. That's going to take a lot of clinical hours for me to get my certified in that. I thought about doing a tangential master's level program with that kind of though. But again, like I've said, the current culture in higher education is commie faggotry a lot of the times, and I don't know. Harry Toe with a whoosh, slap of that peach. That's what you get when you subscribe to the channel, or when you get lucky enough to be gifted subs. That's right, guys. You can shower the chat with your love in that red present box, or you can spray the chat with your love. I'm not going to judge you based on what verb you want to use. What's up with a whoosh, right back at you. Sometimes you got to slap that peach. Sometimes you got to slap the peach back once you've been slapped. Pure BF Skinner. Yeah. Need a bit. Let's get into it, guys. On the Danny Jones podcast, NASA Apollo astronaut Charles Duke, apparently of Apollo, he was the 10th and youngest person to walk on the moon. Apollo 16 mission in 1972. Bart Sibrel is a skeptic and filmmaker, and apparently Harry Toe says he does not do that great of a job. First 40 minutes are the Apollo astronaut story on going to the moon. It's interesting. Well, hell yeah. Let's get into it then. I'm intrigued. I'm interested in it. Hopefully you guys are too.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you both for being here. Mr. Charlie Duke, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Bart Sibrel, thanks again
Sure.
for traveling halfway across the world to
What's
come
up,
here and
Mod
hang out
Gang?
with me and Charlie Duke.
Good to see
To
you, bud.
start this thing off, I want to basically introduce both of you guys. Charlie, you are an Apollo astronaut, one of the last 4 surviving Apollo astronauts, the 10th man to walk on the moon on the Apollo 16 moon landing mission. And Bart, you are the world's leading proponent in the moon landing hoax hypothesis, I'll call it. And this has been your life's work, basically,
Goes
proving
well,
that,
Neuro, goes well.
or trying to make the case that the Apollo moon landing program was a American propaganda campaign during the Cold War, and it was all filmed on a set, and they never actually went to the moon. Does that sum it up pretty well?
Pretty much. Half my life, anyway. The first half, I believed they went to the moon.
So,
I'm going to say really quick, I believe we've gone to the moon. I just believe the story that we've been told, a little bit of bullshit. But I think we have gone to the moon. We just don't know the whole story. And there is fake footage.
obviously, like the last time you and I talked, we thought it would be a great idea to have you debate somebody on this. I don't know, have you ever done a debate on this with anybody?
No.
Thanks,
to
Daryl,
me,
for the repos.
that would be like debating if the sky is blue. It's blue, and they did fake the moon landing. I bet my life on it.
Ooh,
now
a little bit pull your mic a little closer.
So the people normally they propose to debate me are victims of the deception, which I have no interest in beating up someone who's a victim.
Mm-hmm.
I said find somebody who's a perpetrator, either one of the astronauts or a NASA administrator, and you did. Here he is.
Here I am.
So Charlie Duke, could you please give us a little background in your history and how you got involved in the Apollo program in the beginning?
I was a fighter pilot in the Air Force. Went to MIT, got a master's degree, and graduated 64. Went to test pilot school and graduated 65, summer 65. And I'd met some astronauts that had come to MIT. They had the contract to build the Apollo guidance and navigation system, and I was working on that system. And all gung-ho guys. And so I decided to take their advice, go to test pilot school, and maybe have a chance at space program. A couple of months after I graduated from test pilot school in the summer of 65, NASA had another call for astronauts. And 4 of us at Edwards applied, and we all got accepted. So, and it'd be May or so of 1966, we went to Houston and started working on Apollo.
So during this conversation, I want to do I want to take some time to do some back and forth on some of the cases Bart has made in his documentaries. And but before we do that, I want to spend some time going through your personal story and your firsthand account on the Apollo missions. Does that sound good to you?
Okay.
So at what age, how old were you when you first learned about the U.S. government gearing up to go into space and the whole space race and all this stuff?
Well, I remember the first human beings that went into space. Yuri Gagarin in 61, and Alan Shepard followed him. And right after that, I found out now that
Layla Decker, that seems like it's a little bit profound. To know we know nothing is to know.
The Russians were beating us in space. And so Kennedy put out a desire of how can we beat them? And Werner von Braun said, we can beat them to the moon. And I've got a copy of the letter that he sent to President Kennedy, and he said, okay.
Mr. Graybeard, believe me, because I have credentials. I mean, there is an appeal to authority here, I guess. Yeah. He was flexing them. He was flexing those letters.
We'll go to the moon. So he committed to the Apollo program. And that was...
Do you remember how old you were?
Well, I was sick. It was in 61 or 2. So I was born in 35. So I was less than 30 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing specifically, there were interviews with I think this might have been a Von Braun interview from your documentary where they were asking Von Braun about the space race with Russia. And he was explaining it in an analogy to where he said, Russia is already in a full sprint. We haven't even started walking yet. Like, we have to gear up. We have a long time to gear up and to speed up before we're even running at the same pace they are. Before we have to do all that, before we can even think about closing the gap between us and Russia.
Well, that might be true. I don't remember that level of detail, but I do have a copy of the letter that he sent to President Kennedy, I believe it was. It said the only way we can beat them is beat them to the moon. And so they committed to the moon. And by the end of the decade, which I thought was crazy. I mean, 15 minutes in space and we're going to land on the moon in the next 8.5 years. Turns out I was sitting in mission control in July of 1969, 8 years and 2 months later, and I'm talking to Neil Armstrong on the moon.
Let's go to the point where you first decided, like how did the process work for you to be chosen to be selected for this program?
I had as I said, I'd graduated from the test pilot school at Edwards Air Force Base. And
I had never heard that. Von Braun got retired for disclosing the moon's gravity is higher than we were told. Interesting.
The summer of 65. And in September of that year, I saw an ad in a paper that's NASA's looking for more astronauts. Please apply. So I was in the Air Force. I had to go through the official channels. So they told me what to do, and I submitted my application along with Stu Russo and Al Warden, Hank Hartsfield. We were all in the same test pilot school class. And Joe Engel was out there. He applied, and there was a lot of people applied. And they were looking for test pilots and my age and height and everything like that.
When you say test pilot, you mean test pilot for the space program?
No, test pilot for the Air Force.
The Air Force.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were all at Edwards Air Force Base, the ones I'm speaking about. And then we had others selected that came from the Naval Test Pilot School, which was in Patuxent, Maryland.
And then how did that evolve into the idea of going to the moon, working on the moon missions?
I'm not sure that the moon missions had been determined. That's what we were working on. And if we applied, we would have a chance to work on the Apollo program.
Was there a moment for you where you thought, like, I want to be one of the guys to go to the moon, or I want to be a part of that program to put man on the moon?
That was the call by NASA, is if you got selected as astronaut, you'd be a part of the Apollo program. So you'd had no guarantee you're going to fly to the moon, or no guarantee that it was even going to be completed. But I wanted to be an astronaut. It was the best job you could have as a test pilot.
And then what was that training like to become an astronaut? And how long did it take?
Well, it depends on what you call training. Our group, there was 19 of us. We reported to Houston the 1st of May, 1966. And we started learning NASA-ese, how does NASA work and who's got responsibilities.
Who knows what the moon really is? The moon could be could be made up, could be fake, could be a drone, an observation ship, or it could just be a big rock.
That and the other. And they decided also if we're going to go to the moon, we ought to know what kind of rocks to pick up. And so we started a big, extensive training in geology. And we not only had classroom work, but we also had field trips once a month, generally. And that was 2 or 3 days somewhere in the U.S., sometimes in Hawaii, sometimes in Canada, but mostly in the U.S. We did a geology trip, got into the field, and learned how to pick up the right kind of rocks.
And what was going through your mind when, you're a young guy and this is 66, 3 years before Apollo 11. You're trained to become an astronaut, learning about geology. Like, what was going through your mind at that point? Like, what was your, like, were you optimistic that this was going to happen? Were you skeptical? Were you fearful?
I was optimistic that Apollo was going to happen. I wasn't so optimistic that I'd get a chance to go. We were the junior.
Well, this got me thinking, though. The quarter size of the Earth, but only 2% of the mass. Huh. There is a theory that the moon is hollow. Apparently there's an echo kind of thing going on. Like the bell kind of thing when it was hit with something. That's a thought. Moon's orbit is unnatural. Somebody parked the moon in a perfectly circular orbit without rotation. It is interesting.
You guys. And so it turned out that some of the senior guys left. John Glenn, Wally Schirra, after Apollo 7, retired. And so a lot of the older guys started retiring. So we sort of bubbled up into the mix. And Deke Slayton, who was and Alan Shepard, who were the two top astronauts, they started picking people to train. And so they were trying to balance the crew and give us younger guys some experience. So most of the crews that were selected had a senior guy that had flown in space. He was the commander. And then a lot of the crews had 2 rookies that came from our group mostly.
And how did you come to meet von Braun?
One of my first jobs as an astronaut was to monitor the development of the Saturn V. Stu Russo and myself.
That's a good point. God's design is miraculous by nature. Harito, I love this conspiracy stuff. Feed me more. The moon is rotating, just not to us. Huh. What are you testing? Is it a test? I didn't study, Harito.
And so the best way to do that was to go up and meet von Braun and sit in on his staff meetings to see how the Saturn V was progressing and was this thing going to really fly? And so every month we'd go up and sit in on his staff meeting. And he became I wouldn't say a friend, but he recognized us every time we walked in. He says, well, welcome, Charlie. Welcome, Stu. And we'd sit in and listen to his briefings on his staff meeting. And then we'd go back and report to the astronaut office on Monday morning. Every Monday morning, we'd have a couple-hour meeting and what was going on in the program. And Stu and I'd give a briefing every time we got back.
So you would explain to the other astronauts what the progress was on the Saturn V rocket.
That's correct.
Depending on like what. Yeah. Did you have any like personal conversations with von Braun about this or? Well,
mostly just he recognized us and he accepted us. And I can't say he became a real good friend, but he certainly knew who we were. And I respected him highly. And they were doing a good job. Turned out the Saturn V never had a failure.
That might, if your name's not lit up, that means your subscription might have, I guess, passed. If so, you were probably gifted a sub about a month ago, and when that ends, then you no longer have your name lit up in that beautiful shade of MAGA red. Sadness. Don't forget, guys, you can shower the chat with your love, or spray with the chat with your love by hitting that red present box and getting the Rumble Rash, or giving the Rumble Rash to others. Or if you're lucky enough and you want to be one that gets the Rumble Rash, well, good luck to you. You could also subscribe for $5 a month to the Dozer Den. Bill Dozer 74.
Not one.
That's pretty astonishing.
And holy freaking crap. Harito with 5 gifted subs to Bill Dozer 74, to the Dozer Den, showering the chat with his love. My goodness gracious, guys. That's absolutely fan-freaking-tastic. Love to see it. Who all were the lucky recipients? We have Potar Jr., Layla Decker, Mr. Graybeard, Sanglant, and Bry Guy B Money gifted subs. And he wasn't giving me one. I don't know how. Didn't give you one. Damn it. How do I do that? Can I gift subs as a creator? I gotta figure this out. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the heck out of you. You have made the kids. You know what? We're talking about space, guys. We're talking about space, and that makes me want to celebrate. Makes me want to celebrate. Makes me want to play one of my favorite things.
C. Jews in space.
We're Jews out in space. We're zooming along, protecting the Hebrew race. We're Jews out in space. If trouble appears, we'll put it right back in its place. When Goyim attack us, we'll give them a smack, we'll slap them right back in the face.
And hell yeah, Entropy Nomad coming in and saving the day for Harry Totu, dropping 2 gifted subs. Look at that. Who was the first one? It looked like Tim Thinman was gifted a sub, and then Harry Toe got that Rumble Rash. It's going to take a minute. You might have to wait a couple minutes and then refresh Harry Toe, and then your name's going to be lit up again, and you'll have access to all those awesome emotes. Guys, there's the slap of the peach, of course. And there's also one of my favorites that very few people remember. It is a dribbling Jesus, okay? And the dribbling Jesus is quite awesome. Yeah, and then a $1 Rumble Rant, that puts us $4 away from Fancy Hat Goal, guys. $4 more. And I'll put on, I guess it has to probably be the foil, the Illuminipple. The Illuminipple has to come on. That way I can match Bobble Trump here. Guys, did you see the dribbling Jesus? Have you seen dribbling Jesus yet? Look at that. Look at that dribbling Jesus. So good. And if the chat goes blue, you know what we must do. We must play the blue sound. That's what we're going to do, guys. Thank you for that $1 Rumble Rant simply for Sangland. So it's going to be loud. Getting it. And I'm wearing a blue shirt. Okay? It just works. Just works, guys.
Giggity, giggity.
Thank you very much for the support, y'all, on a Monday night. Very, very nice. Very nice indeed. $4 away from Illuminable. That's right. It's right here. It's off to the side. Waiting for its time. Back to the moon landing stuff. Guys, if you haven't yet, hit that follow and smash the thumbs up. Go ahead and do so. Make sure you hit it and smash that thumbs up, peep. Bacon. Thumb. Bacon. Thumb. Bacon. Thumb. Thank you, Mod King. Appreciate you, bud. All right. Let's get back to it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. The lies from the astronaut.
And all of the flights of Apollo, they lost one engine. And I think it was on Apollo 13, but one engine goes out, you can still make it in orbit. Wow. In fact, it was.
And holy freaking crap. And Harry Totu with a $5 Rumble Rant, getting us there. Got us to hat goal on a Monday. Bam. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Harry Toe with a $5 Rumble Rant. Turn in the chat yeller. You love to see it. You love to freaking see it, guys. Thank you for the support. I will say that you have made the kids happy. Look at that. You put smiles on children's faces and you made them clap and they said hooray. Look what you guys did. That's what you guys did. It was a team effort, guys. It was beautiful. I believe it is time for the Illuminipple, as this is a very woo-woo topic. It happens. The Illuminipple has found its rightful place atop my dome. Enjoy. Illuminipple. Really quick. Illuminipple time. Back to the astronaut. Or so we've been told. Yeah, good job, Entropy Nomad. And hello to everybody who might be popping in. If you haven't said hello in chat and you're just lurking, I do love my lurkers, but I do need people to participate in the live chat, okay? First of all, it's just fun with the community aspect. Also, helps me as a creator get my metrics met. Okay? Okay.
Such a good machine. Stu Russo and I went to Ames Research Center, and they wrote a program, can astronauts literally fly the Saturn V into space manually? And we proved we could. Not very efficiently, but we could get it into orbit.
Wow.
But they decided not to use that program, and so it never was implemented, but we spent a month or so out at Ames proving that you could fly the Saturn V into orbit.
What made the Saturn V so superior, even to rockets that we have today? I mean, obviously it wasn't reusable. But
I think it was just good technology and a simple, there wasn't anything complicated about the Saturn V. The engines were huge, and they were test fired, and it was.
So why can't we do it again? This is a big problem I have with this. It was good technology. You're gonna have to do a little bit better than that. You're gonna have to do a little bit better than that. It's been 50 freaking years. Something like that. Gonna have to do a little bit better than that. 53 years. 72. Is my math working? My math might not be working. No, that's right. 50. Yeah. No, that I don't like. You're gonna have to do better. It was custom made, every piece of it. Well, I mean, I think every big rocket would be. He was a pilot, not a rocket scientist. Fair enough, Laura Blades.
Nitrogen and not nitrogen, hydrogen and oxygen. I don't remember what the fuel was, but anyway, they were very reliable. And engines are huge, 1.5 million pounds thrust each.
Layla Decker on the everything is fake and gay. I feel that energy sometimes. I can't do everything's fake and gay, but there's a lot of fake and gay in the world, Layla Decker. There's a lot of it.
On the first stage, and so that was a 7.5 million pounds of thrust, lifting 6.5 million pounds. And you were up on the top, and the only thing I remember of a liftoff.
Well, he's not the only one that has that argument, though. I've heard that argument before from people who are much younger and much more in the thick of it when it comes to this type of thing. And they've said essentially the same thing. Like, hey, the technology was just better. I don't know about that.
Was the vibration. You didn't have any noise from the engines. That was all going sideways, but the thing shook. It was like being on a 360 long limber fishing pole, and you're up at the top and somebody shaking it down here, which was the engines, and was vibrating from side to side. Not a pogo, but a vibrate from side to side.
Like swaying back and forth.
Yeah. Very high frequency, though. And amplitude was maybe that far this way.
No one really talks about it, but most men's testosterone levels start to decline at about 30 years of age, about 1% per year. Ever notice like you're losing energy? Testosterone, so your body can actually use it. No synthetics, no needles, just natural ingredients like Tonkat Ali, Shilajit, vitamin D, zinc, and boron.
Where's your
I started taking
ashwagandha?
a handful of these after my breakfast. All more positive. I got
zinc and magnesium
90-day
are good.
money back guarantee. And for a limited time only, .com. That's mengo2mars.com and use the code DANNY at checkout. After you purchase, they're going to ask where you heard about them, and please tell them we sent you to Mars. It's linked down below. Now back to the show.
Looking forward to it.
During Apollo 11, the first on Neil Armstrong's mission to the moon, what was your role in that?
I was at Capcom. I'd done the same thing on Apollo 10, and
Thanks,
where
Merle.
they took the lunar module to the moon, but weren't going to land. And so that had gone well. And Neil asked me why don't you be Capcom for us? I mean, you got the experience.
Appreciate you, bud.
He asked you.
Yeah.
Wow.
And because I wasn't on the on the crew of any way involved. But he said, would you do that? And I said, sure, it'd be a great honor. And so we practiced for 2 months and simulations, the crew's in the simulator, we're in mission control, and we practice 4 or 5 hours a day generally, and for the landing part.
So what specifically do you do as the TAPCOM guy?
You're the voice of mission control. You're the only person that can actually talk to the crew. The crew's voice loop is heard in mission control in everybody's headsets, but the only person that can respond is Capcom, and was an astronaut. And you really told them you responded to their calls, and you responded to
you over there in the locals chat, Neuro, with a possible base for a show logo I'm considering doing. I don't know.
What the mission control team was telling you to tell them to keep them in the loop. Like we started down and we had communication problems. And if I recall, it was a 30-second rule. If you lost communications for 30 seconds, it was an abort. So we reoriented, changed attitude, changed antennas, and then the computer was overloading, and that really got everybody's attention. And but Steve Bales and Jack Gorman in the back room said, "We're go flight." They knew what the computer was doing, and it was overloading because it had 75 milliseconds of compute, and then it flipped back to the job number one. And it was always flying the spacecraft, but it was dropping off these insignificant jobs. And so we were go. And then we had a trajectory problem, and Neil we had him targeted into the wrong place. We didn't really understand lunar gravity then, and with the mascons and all of that stuff. So he had to level off and fly horizontally, 4 or 5 miles, and that used up all the reserve fuel. And so now we're minimum fuel, and we called.
They have 2 separate fuel reserves, one for the descent and one for the ascent when they leave the moon.
The ascent engine was never used on descent.
Okay. You never would do that.
Well, you'd have to stage the vehicle to get the ascent engine light. It wouldn't light unless you staged and separated. So anyway, we called 60 seconds. He had 60 seconds to land. And then I remember 30 seconds. I called 30 seconds, and he was, they were close, but not on the ground. And we were, according to my watch, we were 15 seconds or so before calling an abort when Buzz Aldrin said, "Contact, engine stop." They're on the moon.
Wow.
Tension was through the roof at mission control.
What was that like for you when they landed on the moon and you were sitting in that?
It was a great sigh of relief. Everybody, it was tense. You can imagine. And are we going to make it? Are we going to make it? And I'm convinced now that had I called abort, time up, and called an abort, which was based on the fuel reserve in the descent engine, Neil would have said, "Say again, Houston." He's not going to abort. He's going to land at 20 feet off the moon, and he's minimum fuel. And we hit that point. He's not going to abort. He had the final say, so he's going to land.
Now, were you there on the communication with them the moment they landed?
Yes.
And how long were you there? Were you there the whole time, even when they were coming back?
No.
Okay.
That was another. We had, I think, four flight teams working Apollo 11, and I was on Gene Krantz's team, and we had responsibility for landing. and then we stayed around for another hour or so while they safed the spacecraft and got everything.
And how long was it until once he got back to Earth? Do you remember your first conversation with him? How long was it before you talked to him?
Well, they had to go into quarantine, and because of moon bugs, we weren't sure about whether we're going to bring back something that's going to wipe out the whole civilization.
Mm-hmm.
So they went into quarantine, and we could talk to him through the window, and but there were no moon bugs, and everything was fine, and so they were, I think, 3 weeks or something like that, and then it got out, and we started having debriefings. But we were debriefing during the time that they were in quarantine.
And what was that like? What was his demeanor?
Well, I mean,
what was his attitude? What was he saying? Anything ring a bell to you? Like, or does anything really like stick out for you as far as like conversations you had with him afterwards?
Neil Armstrong.
I want to hear about the damn aliens. Talk about the dark side of the moon.
Was Mr. Coolstone. Yeah, I mean, he was unflappable. And we landed.
Mm-hmm.
And he was following the rules, but we hit minimum fuel on the descent because we had him targeted into the wrong way, and he had to fly horizontally about 4 or 5 miles,
mm-hmm.
and then set down and find a place to land. And I remember calling Apollo 11 30 seconds. I mean, he had 30 seconds to land on the moon. And the next call was going to be
shops
abort.
on pill.net. Good to see
it.
Yeah,
we just talked about that.
Yeah.
So okay, let's fast forward to your mission, Apollo 16. Can you describe like what was it like sitting in the tip of that rocket before it launched off to the moon?
Keep counting. I'm ready to go.
You were ready to go?
Yeah, 2 years. And we trained.
Was there no fear? Like you had children and a wife back home, and
no fear.
No fear at all.
Mm-mm. Just because we had so many. We had a escape rocket. We had practiced aborts,
mm-hmm.
and not. If the thing blew up on the pad, you were still able to get off with the Apollo launch vehicle escape system.
Oh, wow.
And so we had practiced all of that stuff, and we were just ready to go. And so we were laying there ready to keep counting.
Mm-hmm. And can you walk me through what that was like for you? That liftoff and then getting into orbit and then doing the I want to say, I've been waiting to say this word for weeks. The translunar injection. Sounds so cool. Bart's over there steaming.
Well, I'm just waiting for my turn.
You'll steaming. You'll get it, Bart.
I'm entertained. So.
Yeah, you'll get it, Bart. This is I think it's really important to get this.
So we were laying there and we're listening to the count. And when the engine started, they were moving down there to maintain a trajectory, and that vibration translated up, and you're 360 feet above it, and it shook from side to side. But we're on our way. You feel the G's lift off, and mission control said you go, and we were go, and it was really exciting to feel the acceleration of this big vehicle and the vibration from side to side. And we didn't have any pogo, but it was a vibration from side to side. And so we're on our way and just riding it out. And it was really, I mean, one of the best rides I've ever had.
How long did it take to get to the moon?
Get into orbit was 12 minutes or so, I think. And that was, you ended up on the third stage, which was the rocket that pushed you out of Earth orbit and onto the trajectory to the moon. And that happened, I don't know, about rev and a half later, we were over Australia, and we ignited the third stage automatically and pushed us out of orbit into a cislunar orbit that took us to the moon. And then when we got there, we had to slow down to get into orbit. We used the service module engine for that.
And what was did you have a specific task on that trip to the moon? Were you in charge of monitoring anything in particular, or communication, or?
Well, I was the lunar module pilot, which was on the right side. And as you look at the instrument panel, I was on the right side. Mattingly was in the center seat, and John Young was the commander on the left seat. So if we had emergencies, we all had things to do. We practiced, aborts, and we practiced radio out and every kind of thing, like fuel cell failures. We just practiced and practiced and practiced. So we were ready to go. And towards that, our flight was sort of one of the most nominal flights that we had to get into orbit on the Saturn V. It was very reliable.
Really quick, guys, all this science talk gets me a little bit hungry. It makes me want something carb heavy. But you know what you should do when you have a craving for something carb heavy? You should instead reach for your biltong. If you've gone to www.biltongusa.com and used promo code DOZER for 10% off your order of this fantastic product, this lovely meat. Guys, Anton, king of biltong. He's a South African immigrant that came to this country with a very, very simple dream of spreading his meat across the land. And you can help him achieve that goal by going to www.biltongusa.com and using promo code DOZER. You can order some of that awesome biltong. What is biltong, you're asking? Is it beef jerky? No, it's not. It's better, girthier, more moist. And apparently you can adjust for the levels of moistness on your meat. That's right, guys. That's right. It's very important. Customized moistness levels for this biltong. It's got protein, iron, zinc, magnesium, potassium, creatine. All kinds of nutrients in this stuff, guys. No gluten, no soy, no sugar. No, you don't want that. You don't want that added, okay? You don't want that added to your meat. And you're not going to get that with biltong from biltongusa.com. You can eat it warm. You can eat it room temperature. You can eat it cold out of the fridge. You can eat it heated up in a skillet with your omelet if you wish. It is a delicious, delicious snack meal alternative snack replacement. Carb snack replacement. This is the good stuff. This is a healthy snack that you won't feel bad about. Get you some biltong. Buy some meat from King of Biltong at www.biltongusa.com. Use promo code DOZER for 10% off. Those 8-ounce bags do make excellent gifts. Thank you for the reminder, Neuro Mod King in the chat. Appreciate you, bud. Guys, I get paid in meat, by the way. I do get paid in meat. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. 2 bags of meat a month. That's all it takes. You go there and you use that promo code DOZER. It shows Anton that I'm doing my work here, okay? If you email biltongusa.com and get super thin, you can if you email and get super thin sliced on your orders. Well, there you go. You can get extra specific with it. There's candies and teas and imported goods and all kinds of interesting stuff that you can get on biltongusa.com, by the way. It's not just the meat, okay? Not just the meat. A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff there. Go check them out. Reasonable prices, in my opinion. And good folks. And King of Biltong does stream every now and then. Does some meat stuff.
Rocket.
Explain what it was like actually landing on the moon.
Well, it was a very dynamic situation. We pitched over at 7,000 feet, and that's the first time you saw the lunar surface where you were going to land. And
7,000 feet.
Yeah, and I looked out and looked to the right to see if I could see the North Ray crater up there, and we were right on target. And John began to maneuver the spacecraft manually he picked out a landing spot. He had on his windshields, he had ladders. And if you lined it up like at 35, that meant, and the computer would tell you 35, that's where you're going to land if you don't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so he redesignated a couple of times, and we were going into some craters, and he maneuvered, and and I was just talking him down. I was not looking out the window much because it was so busy. You
were reading instruments or something?
We were. We had a profile that said at 500 feet down.
Locals told me I had to have more paying members to, or more members to get up to the yearly. They told me I'm not popular enough on locals yet, apparently. So I don't know. They said I don't have that option. Not good enough.
On at 22.
I tried.
No lateral velocity or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so I was reading that profile out to him. And
I see.
And he was flying it by this time he's flying it manually. And he's controlling the whole thing. Descent, right, left, forward, back. And we had a profile, and we were right on the profile. So when we hit the ground, there was a probe underneath the landing gear that said contact, and when that light came on, you shut the engine down. And we were coming down like 2-3 feet per second, I think, if I remember right. And when the light came on, I said contact, and he shut it down, and we dropped in on the moon. Wow. Almost dead level. So we were excited, to say the least.
I could imagine.
We were late landing. We had a problem in the command module before we started down, and it almost caused an abort of the whole mission. But Mission Control came to the rescue and figured it out, and so we continued our mission, but we were late landing.
I use nicotine for focus, and I usually keep one of those little cans around just to help me stay focused and energized during the day. They're fine, but they dry out your mouth. They're probably not there. Flight 2. They've got 6. Notice ditch using the code % off your first order. Zip more and smoke less with Zippix toothpicks. So, what was your mission? What was the objective of Apollo 16?
To explore the lunar highlands, the mountains of the moon. The geology was supposed to be different than the Mare, where Neil landed, and it was. We had different rocks, different kind of compositions, and we had a car that we unloaded and drove it. First day, we drove west for a mile and a half and sampled Plum Crater, and the next day we drove south up Stone Mountain, and that was about a 8 or 9 mile round trip. And then the last day we headed north, north to what was called. I can't remember the name of the crater. And that was a big crater, North Ray Crater. North Ray Crater was called.
What? Do you remember the moment you took your first step onto the moon?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What did that feel like?
I'm on the moon. I'm on the moon. It's just exciting. And
just elated with excitement.
Yeah. We were delayed getting out because we were late landing due to the problem we had in the other spacecraft.
How old were you again? When you first landed when you walked on the moon?
What's up, Gene Bondano?
You were 36 years old.
One of the youngest guys.
I would imagine it would be overwhelming. The amount of emotions would be.
It was pretty exciting, and we were, just bounding with enthusiasm. And what we were late landing, so we were supposed to. The original plan called us to land and suit up and go outside. But Mission Control canceled that. It said, you guys are going to be up too late. You might make a mistake, or too long, not wake up too late, but you're going to be awake for 20-something hours if we do the sea feed.
So they made you guys go to sleep?
Yeah, took off our suits and went to sleep.
What were is there anything that sort of like blew your previously held conceptions of the moon out of the water when you got there? Like when you actually walked out and stepped on the moon, was it exactly what you expected it to be, or what about that experience really stood out to you?
Well, we were the fifth landing, so we'd heard debrief four previous crews tell us what was it like.
Okay.
So we had a lot of familiarity with it, and we knew we had a flight plan. We knew what we were going to do, and so we just got to work, and it was really exciting being there. And I'm on the moon, you know. And you're thinking those things
You as well, Gene Bondano.
privately. You're not broadcasting it out, but we
like, what did it feel like to walk on the moon? Do you remember like what? I'm talking about like what did the ground feel like? What?
You don't have any feel. You got a moon boot on, and you got a suit boot on,
right?
So
businessman.
You just feel the pressure, and it was easy to lose your balance, if you will, at 1/6 gravity. And
did you immediately see the Earth?
No, it was right overhead. So when you look up in Apollo, you're looking at the top of your helmet. So we never saw the Earth.
You have to be like,
well, yeah, you could hold on to the spacecraft and lean back, and there it was. It's a half Earth up in the sky, and we had TV, so we had an antenna that like a periscope, and we could point that at the Earth. And when we got it pointed at the Earth, we flipped on the TV, and we had TV.
So Harry Toe's talking about soaking toothpicks in cinnamon. And then Laura Blade said, so wholesome. My son got free condoms from the health department and sold them to classmates for $1 till we caught him. That's some business sense right there. That's a good ROI. Damn good ROI.
That we sent down.
And how big, like you were standing on the edge of a crater. How big was that crater?
The biggest one we visited was North Ray Crater. It was about, it's been a long time ago. So I'll guess it maybe 300 feet wide and maybe a couple hundred feet deep.
Wow. And
that was our last EVA. That was our third EVA. The lunar rover that we had was, we were the, second with the lunar rover. And it revolutionized lunar exploration because prior to that, everybody was walking. You know, it's pretty tough walking up there and collecting rocks. So riding a rover was really revolutionary.
How long were you guys outside?
The longest was, if I remember right, it was over 8 hours.
You were walking around on your feet for 8 hours.
Well, no, we were riding a car.
Sit in the car, okay,
and then ride the place, and we'd jump out, and we had a flight plan. Do this, find this rock, do that. And so we were collecting samples. We were drilling holes. We were digging, shoveling trenches, and everything like that.
Was there anything that you did that was a part of the job that you had to do that surprised you? Like in any of your digs or any of your findings, did you see anything that was like shocking or like unexpected?
Yeah, go check out Jacob Castro's show. Give him a follow. Worth the watch, guys.
I don't think in the physical work was anything different, but the experience of being on the moon and the 1/6 gravity, you had to learn how to walk. And get your center of gravity over your feet.
Yeah.
And you couldn't straighten up. I tried to straighten up, jumping one time and straighten up, and I fell over backwards, which was really scary. But that was the end of our stay.
And do you remember if you could see stars?
You can't.
You can't see any stars?
Not in the daylight, you can't.
And you guys were in the daylight the entire mission, right?
No, only on the moon.
That's what I mean when you asked, like the entirety of your time spent on the moon was in the daylight, because days there are like 14 days long here on Earth, right?
That's right.
So what happened when you guys had to come home? What was that like?
Well, we were approaching a time to go. And we tried to talk mission control, and they're letting us stay another 2 hours, but or whatever it was. And they said, "Get inside, guys. It's time to come home." So we got inside and we got ready to lift off. But the first thing we had to do was pitch out all the backpacks. So we depressurized, opened the door, threw out the backpacks, 2 bags of trash. And
oh no, you littered on the moon?
Yeah, we big litter. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Sorry about that. But we were.
How dare you?
Yeah. And then we lifted off and rendezvoused.
And when you got back to Earth, you had to go through the same process that Neil went through.
No, we did not have quarantine.
You did not have quarantine.
No, not on the return.
What did you have to go through on the return? Was there any specific protocol you had to follow?
Well, I don't remember exactly, but we had physicals and blood and stuff, blood work and stuff like that.
Were there any psychological evaluations or anything like that, or talking to somebody about your experience?
Oh, I mean, we had debriefings, but everybody, geologists, other astronauts, mission control, we talked to everybody when we got back. Management. So.
Yeah. Okay, Bart. So your basic story was when you were a kid, you were obsessed with the moon missions. You said you were asleep when they first landed on the moon, but you were a huge fan of NASA and a big believer in the moon landing. And at one point, something happened, and you did a 180. Out of everything, and I know you cover a lot of ground with your theories, and in your documentaries, you do a very thorough job laying out every single point. But to you, what are the top two or three reasons that you believe that the moon landing was a hoax?
Well, we can get into that, and I have evidence to show on all of those. The first, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base. He confessed to it as he was dying. And he also confessed to a homicide.
This is why the headphones help, because sometimes you're not talking into the microphone correctly.
Well,
just make sure you keep it this far away from your mouth when you're talking.
This far, okay.
Get it nice and close.
He keeps pushing it away, dummy.
So we have an eyewitness, and
every time he did that earlier, it annoyed me. He said he said move it closer. He moved it closer, and then he moved it away. It's like, are you just being obstinate? Is that what you're doing?
Was fearing the judgment of God as he was dying, and he confessed to a homicide. And if you want, you can bring up that image. It's image D1. This gentleman's name is Cyrus Eugene Akers. He was the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base, which is the special operations or intelligence headquarters for the Air Force. And as he was dying, in the presence of his son, there's a picture of him, General, if you want to look at it.
Okay. This is Cyrus Eugene Akers.
That's right.
How did you discover this guy?
His son contacted me.
Okay.
Based after his father confessed. And the first thing he confessed to was a homicide, that he felt like he needed to confess that he had murdered somebody in the past. And his son found out that he murdered a fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base. And the military police came in and investigated the homicide. And when they asked him, why did you kill him? He said it was to cover up the moon landing fraud, which they both had eyewitnessed. And he felt that his friend, who thought it was morally wrong, was going to go public with it. And so he murdered him to keep it a secret. If you go to D2, we can watch a 3-minute video of the son and see his testimony about it.
Okay, so this is a deathbed confession that the son told you about.
Correct.
And there was a police investigation into it.
There was a military police investigation.
Military police.
Right.
Okay. Is there any hard evidence of this investigation, and what was the outcome of it?
Well, after his father's confession, which was videotaped.
Oh, it was on video.
That's correct. When they went out one day, their house burned down. They believe it was set intentionally by somebody who knew about the confession. After all, they had told the Air Force.
This guy's made a couple big claims with just they said. More evidence needed.
Military police that the moon landing was fake. They reported that to their superiors. They found out there was a videotape of the confession, and so they burned their house down. And in fact,
who burned their house down?
Whoever. It was arson, I presume, the CIA or whoever.
And how long after this confession was the house burned down?
Within, I think, a couple of weeks, because they had video of the confession and they had some documentation. In fact, the gentleman's Air Force file has been completely deleted. We used a Freedom of Information Act request. They said there's no Cyrus Eugene Akers. There's never was in the Air Force. And yet I went to the military graveyard, which isn't too far from here, about 50 miles from here. And there he is, his tombstone, United States Air Force.
From here?
Yeah, it's about 50 miles from here.
Wow.
And he's in a military cemetery. And it says United States Air Force, Cyrus Eugene Akers, and that he served in Vietnam and Korea. And his son lived right across from the base. He said he was chief of security there. And so if you play video D2, we can have a video of the son and put it in his own words.
President Johnson in 1968, okay, in Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, he said by the time he got there, that there was already 2 large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump.
Oh, really quick. We got me in my little box, and then their bigger box, and then the other box. It's a nice little thing there. Little layering. Layers.
Trucks came in and dumped sand and stone, and cement powder was powdered over the top of all that to make it look like a lunar landscape. They had men that fashioned it into a lunar landscape, he said.
Oh, this
okay,
is fun,
I've
not
never
the
known
father.
my dad to lie, so this all took me by surprise, you know.
I'd like to know what state his father was in, though. Like, if he's on his deathbed, did he have dementia? Did he have Alzheimer's? Was he hallucinating on pain meds? Like, I need to know more about the specifics of this person's state of mind when he made these claims. He said, I don't believe my dad's a liar. Well, I don't either. But these are questions that you got to ask.
What's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was pole framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area,
that's what I think, Mr. Graybeard.
Was
I think we've been lied to quite a bit.
The lunar lander that was reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were.
A lot of times with skeptics, it seems like I'm skeptical of many things, and I think you should be skeptical of most things. But sometimes the confirmation bias is so strong with people who are skeptical that the things that are far too convenient are accepted far too readily. And that's just something you got to be cognizant of. You got to be aware of your confirmation bias.
Painted flat black in the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around and everything. They had detailed high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for drama, because everything had gone so smoothly. Nothing you know, so it had to be something. Anyway, Dad was one of 3 guards that guarded the inside of the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. And here is that list. And I gave it to Bart Sibrel as well. And he checked out a lot of these names, and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across a couple myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, Werner von Braun, Robert Emenegger, Gene Kranz, James Webb,
Ebenegger.
Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Looney.
That sucks.
Dr. Christopher Kraft, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Norrie. My dad, he raised me by the book. I know he didn't lie to me. And as I started seeing more and more of what he was telling me was true, I realized my dad wasn't lying.
All right, so this is you would say this is the top piece of evidence that you...
No, it's the most compelling to people because we have a testimony of it. Now, if I may ask...
It is a testimony, but it's not actual hardcore evidence.
I understand. We've got 3.5 hours. He's got 40 minutes head start on me.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's bitch about it a little bit. Like, you're talking now. Buckle down. Defend your position. Why are you talking about the time that he had? He had 40 minutes. Take your time. Don't be cunty. Don't do that. I'm assuming Purple, by the way, is a robot. That's what I'm going to go ahead and assume. Thanks for the live chat, though. That helps me with the metrics. Bot away, I guess. Fuck.
And so I can present my evidence. And I have a couple of questions. If I climbed Mount Everest and was known for climbing Mount Everest and got an award or a medal, and I was hired at companies as their CEO for having climbed Mount Everest, and somebody came along and started saying, you didn't do it. It was filmed in a TV studio. I certainly wouldn't fly and make an airport change and stay overnight in a hotel and go to podcast to defend that I'd climbed Mount Everest. I wouldn't waste my time. So why are you here?
What? Huh? He's not going from podcast to podcast to podcast. This is the only time I've ever... I mean, unless this guy's been on a podcast circuit and been on a whole bunch, that's a weird way to start your debate. Weird. Very weird. I don't like that. I don't like it so far. Yeah, really cunty. I agree. It's not a great start. Not a great start there, buddy boy. Whining about the time and then having a very odd line of attack of... Like, it's almost like, okay, so the fact that he's there is disproving, discrediting. But if he wasn't there to defend him, he'd be throwing that in his face, probably. I'm assuming.
Me?
Yeah. If you walked on the moon, and it's so obvious that you walked on the moon, I wouldn't fly anywhere to debate somebody whether or not I walked on Mount Everest if I did. So why are you here?
I'm here to tell my story. He asked me to come and share my story. Did I walk on the moon? And I did walk on the moon. The evidence is overwhelming that we landed on the moon. And so I've told my story for the last 50-something years, almost, or whatever it is. We landed in 1972. So I have been asked to share my experience by reputable people. And so I do that. And I am not lying. I landed on the moon. and the evidence is overwhelming.
Well, actually, the opposite is true. People can say anything. The evidence is not overwhelming.
What is
And-
evidence?
Hang on, hold on a second.
We'll
hold
get
on a
into-
second, Bart.
we'll get
Hold
into
on.
that.
Let's lay out some more of your evidence.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you retired a general, right? Okay. What was your security clearance?
Top secret.
Okay. So when you have a top secret, you're not allowed to tell your wife or your children, right?
What?
Whatever the secrets are. Whatever secrets you have as a top secret clearance, if you told your wife or your children, you would be violating your oath. Is that right?
In the military, that's true. But
Okay.
NASA did not have us swear an oath that we are lying or not lying.
I understand. But the point is, you have top secret clearance, and telling your wife or your children would be violating that oath. So your oath to the corrupt United States federal government includes lying to your wife and to your children. Now, there are 100,000 trials every year in America. 90% of the people are guilty, and yet 100,000 people raise their hand and swear that they're telling the truth. So does every Nazi war criminal. They look like
What a false equivalency. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's a whoa. Okay. Damn. I just 12 minutes into him talking, and that's rough. This goes on for 3 more hours. Wow.
benevolent grandfathers, and yet they go smiling.
And see, he's 90. He said, "I'm too old for this shit." He knows, he's a smart dude. He's like, "I know exactly what you're trying to do, bud."
Through life and denying to the very end that they committed these crimes, which they did. Now, if you're willing to lie to your wife and to your children, why should we believe you?
Believe me about what?
Well, you just said you're willing to lie to your wife and children
No,
to keep your
he didn't just say shit, dude. You actually said. I'd have corrected him really quick. No, I didn't say that. You said that.
oath to the corrupt federal government. So if you're willing to lie,
I'm not lying to them. I'm not lying to anybody. I'm telling them the truth. I landed on the moon.
Just because somebody has, I don't think it's fair to say just because he has a top secret clearance and he's under an oath to protect government secrets, that doesn't mean that he is inherently a liar.
I understand that.
And he also said
that
that
shows that he is willing to lie to his wife.
Oh, this guy. Oh, this. Yeah, medium intellect. You could run circles around this boy.
And children, and if he's willing to do that, he's willing to lie to the rest of
He just was willing to lie because I'm gonna do some. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, this okay.
the world.
I'll shut up.
So that's my point. No Nazi war criminal has ever come forward and turned himself in. And when arrested and interrogated, not a
I think they might have.
single one confessed, even though they were guilty. I'm just mentioning that. So either the gentleman we saw is lying or you're lying. One of the two. So would a general with top secret clearance be more likely to lie, or were a sergeant on his deathbed who confessed to a homicide?
You didn't see him on his deathbed saying these things. You saw his son reporting that he said these things. And his son may have heard these things from his father on his deathbed and absolutely believes his father, but there are a bunch of confounding variables that we're not taking into account here. Ooh, man. Lord Blades, he's making me mad. I'm getting a breath of fresh air. Be right back. Lord Blades, it's okay. Get you some fresh air. This is a good example of how not to have a debate, though. I'll say that. He is not debating in good faith here.
You're more willing to tell the truth.
I think there's crazy people out there.
Okay, so Mr. Graybeard, I see what you're saying. He's explaining human nature, not an ad hominem argument. There's a little bit of ad hominem, though. He's explaining human nature. He said, but if this human nature, why you not? Like this human nature, and then he put it on him. So it's like, he actually is kind of doing a little bit of ad hominem. Well, he was definitely doing a false equivalency there. And I don't know if I'd necessarily say ad hominem, but a little attribution bias, maybe?
There's lots of crazy lunatics out there who will say anything and make up
attribution?
stories.
Something like
And the same thing is true that
And
people,
one of them that's sitting across from me.
well, I don't think so. I don't necessarily think that. I think that anybody who is
Thanks for the follow,
in a
stolen
high-level
Hellcat.
military position that has to protect government
Appreciate you.
secrets is going to protect their oath. It doesn't mean they're a liar. That means that they're protecting national secrets, something they swore to do and devoted their career to. And if they divulge those secrets, they will go to prison for it.
Hey,
And
we
there's
got our
been many
21
cases where people
shatters
have done
metric
that,
met.
have been
Thanks,
sent to prison
guys.
by the federal
Appreciate you.
government for blowing the whistle on things and following whistleblower protocol. So I don't think we're going to get anywhere by calling people liars. First of all,
Well,
second of all,
I'm not. What I'm saying is either the gentleman we saw who was lying.
You're doing a false dichotomy now. That this guy's logical fallacies are rampant false dichotomies. Yeah.
He's dying, or
logical
you're lying.
fallacies, excuse me.
Only one of them is true. Right?
Okay.
Either that guy's lying while he was dying, confessing to a homicide.
sure. What's your point?
Well, I'm just bringing that to
Okay.
the audience's attention.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I think he's completely off in saying that it's either this or either that. No, false dichotomy. No. It's not just that. It's not that simple. It's not black and white. There are many things that you could be factoring into this discussion here. Now, I'm not saying that there couldn't be a very good discussion against the moon landing, but I just think the moon landing being real, I just think this guy's probably a bad representative of that argument. So far, that's what I'm seeing. He has 3 hours to convince me otherwise. Yeah, but just because somebody else tells us something different doesn't mean that we automatically trust them, though. Correct, Layla Decker? Like, I agree. Skeptical of the government, don't trust the government. They lie to us every day. But just because somebody else provides an alternative doesn't mean we automatically accept that alternative. Prince Potarja here. The bald guy is clearly a douche. He's coming across quite douchey. But, I don't know. Better info on this topic by JP Farrell. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Graybeard. I will be looking into those people because I am interested in this topic, and I do want some of the best sources on this information. So I'm going to screenshot that. JP Farrell, Walter Bosley, and Dark Journalist. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you, Mr. Graybeard.
Now, I had a little side note. Who do you think killed JFK?
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. All right, let's do it.
No idea.
Clue.
Huh?
Okay.
I believe. Well, I know what this.
What's your personal opinion?
I don't. My personal opinion is I don't remember Oswald or whatever his name is. I don't remember the name.
Lee Harvey Oswald.
The
government's position was that he acted alone and he was the sole shooter of JFK.
Yeah,
that's what you believe. Yeah. Well, 75% of Americans disagree.
Yeah.
The gentleman's relatives disagree. Bobby Kennedy Jr. says he's 100% certain that he was murdered by the CIA because he was going to abolish them. And then a few years later, Robert McNamara, before he died, he was defense secretary during the Vietnam War. He confessed that the whole reason that the war was started, which 90% of the public was against, was they fabricated an attack by the North Vietnamese on an American ship in the Gulf of Tonkin. Even Wikipedia.
Okay, so yeah, we're pointing out that the government lies. Okay, that's I get what he's doing here.
Says it was falsified. Now, Congress passed a law called the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which led to the deaths of 3 million people, including 58,220 of their own citizens. So if they're willing to kill their own president, willing to kill 58,220 of their own citizens, I don't think they're going to have a problem faking a video image of the moon. In fact, NASA has never kept a schedule in its entire existence, except the most complicated one of all time. Somehow they were ahead of schedule. You see that? So here's some names on here, and I wondered if you knew those names. He was very specific. He kept this list as a souvenir. So do You know who President Johnson is. You know Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, Werner von Braun. Who's Robert Ebenezer?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with Cannon Air Force Base?
Not really. I've been to Cannon, landed there and refueled, but I've never been stationed there.
So what does special ops mean in the Air Force?
It's just what you're saying, special ops.
I think what he was doing, what the bald guy was doing by mentioning JFK was he was just pointing out how the government has lied to us about a lot of things. And so that's what he did, was used that to be like, well, if they lie to us about this and lie to us about that, it's really easy to say they're going to fake a video. Which is what he did. And it's lazy, honestly. It's kind of lazy argument, lazy debate tactic, in my opinion. I understand what he's doing, and I understand, like, he's attacking the credibility of the government. By this lie, this lie, this lie. So then if this is lie, then this too must also be lie. I understand that knee-jerk response. I do. But also, or rather, and there's also a possibility that, you know, sometimes there are some truths. Sometimes. Even then, if it's not the full truth, I don't think.
Top secret stuff.
Generally.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What about Joseph Kerwin?
Joe Kerwin was an astronaut, doctor, medical doctor. That's the Joe Kerwin I know.
What about Thomas Paine?
Thomas Paine was head of NASA.
Okay. Christopher Kraft?
He was head of Johnson Space Center, but he's also head of Mission Control.
What about Arthur Trudeau?
I don't know him. I don't remember him.
He's General of Army Intelligence. What about Donald Simon?
I don't remember him.
Grant Norrie.
Who?
Yeah, those people we couldn't track down.
What was the last one you said? Grant Norrie?
Yeah.
Oh,
we
never heard
think
of that
he's
one.
either NSA or CIA. We couldn't track him down. So
I guess the point here is that, and I can attest to this.
Oh, wait. Let me. I've lost my
right. Let me sum it up for you. The one of the main reasons for me, and I think I'm speaking for a lot of other folks when I say this, is that when it comes to the Apollo missions happened in the middle of the Cold War during the peak of government distrust. That's when we know, according to all the declassified documents by the CIA and the FBI, is that the government was lying and deceiving the public more than ever. I mean, I don't know how much they're doing now, but as far as all the documents that we have, that was the peak. That was when the president of the United States was murdered. That's when we did the Gulf of Tonkin, got into the Vietnam War. The government started doing a secret mind control program with using LSD and other drugs, and that there was the Manson family murders and all of this stuff, right? So when people look at this stuff and they're learning the history of the Cold War, and they see that the most astonishing feat of mankind ever happened right in the middle of all of that stuff, people just, I think they get taken back by it. Like, so the government was lying about all this other stuff, but the one thing they didn't lie about was the most amazing feat of mankind.
Good point, Mr. Graybeard.
Does that make sense to you? Does that sort of logic, does that make sense? Why people would question that?
Question Apollo?
Yes, just based on all of the other strategic deception that was happening within the government, like MK Ultra.
So, like, he did a much better job of presenting the argument that the bald guy was trying to present, because he presented it in a fairly objective format. His presentation was much better than bald guy. So he's helping. And he's clarifying, taking away the dickishness and presenting it just as this is kind of what he's saying.
Mind control experiments that were going on, the Vietnam War, the assassination of President Kennedy, the Gulf of Tonkin, all of that stuff. It was right in the middle of all of that, the Bay of Pigs, right? There was Operation Northwoods that got declassified, where the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to fly an airplane with nobody in it as a drone and blow it up as a pretext to invade Cuba.
Killing Americans. They were willing to kill Americans to fake an attack on Cuba.
This is real
It's in
declassified
writing.
stuff that's come out in the federal government with the Warren Commission and all of this stuff. So
the same people who would later approve the Apollo program.
So that's
you're saying we never landed on the moon?
Well, no. What the question is?
You didn't know that before you got here?
No.
Charlie.
You're a really good actor.
I really didn't know that.
Did you ever win the Academy Award for Best Actor?
Oh. He's an old man who is one of those, he's got the boomer mentality to trust the government. It doesn't mean that he's acting. He could just literally be ignorant. That's not nice. That's not nice at all. This guy's an asshole.
No, I know.
He'd help himself. You catch a lot more flies with honey than you do vinegar, okay? And he's got a lot of vinegar here.
I really didn't know that you believe that we lied on 6 missions.
Okay. So wait, he's saying that we didn't know that he knew he was a moon landing skeptic. Okay.
Landed on the moon.
Charlie, does it make sense to you?
Right.
Why?
That's how arrogant the federal government is. Now, if I may have my 40 minutes to answer your question.
Hold on one second.
Oh, what a petty bitch. Now, you gonna bring it up? You gonna whine some more? Huh? I'll get you some cheese for that wine.
Make sure this lands with him. Does it make sense why people would question that based on all of the other bullshit and lying that was going on that we know was actually all the other stuff that we know for a fact was deception?
Fair question.
To me, Apollo was.
Well, I like the saying anyways, damn it. Saying Lant.
Real
to you, but I'm saying
no. Wait a minute. In the United States, there were 400,000 people working on Apollo.
Right.
Well, let me.
Just a minute. Let me finish.
You had 40 minutes already. I've only had 10.
I'm sorry.
No,
Go
you
ahead.
had like 20.
Okay,
forgive me.
That's one of the, must be real because of 400,000, and of course every year that number increases.
Mm-hmm.
There are 400,000 tellers at Bank of America. But do you really think what the teller knows and what the CEO knows about corruption in the bank are identical? I interviewed Eugene Krantz. He told me that someone in the command center at the console can tell no difference whatsoever between a simulation and an actual flight. Do we really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the guy making the glove or the door or the boot, hey, we're really not going to the moon, be sure not to tell anybody? And that's why they had you astronauts at the command center to cover the mistakes about faking it. Once the rocket went up, there's only 3 eyewitnesses to the mission and no independent press coverage. So if you add people who delivered food and made paper clips and did the printing and the contractors and all their secretaries and food vendors, you could probably pad 400,000. But the atomic bomb involved 129,500 people, and only 8 people knew what they were building. So if someone in the command center cannot tell the difference between a real flight and a simulated flight, how can the public watching it from their living room or people years later? So that argument is flat. It doesn't go anywhere. And neither does the argument that the Russians would have spilled the beans, because I know somebody who works in the command center of the Chinese Space Agency. He said everybody there knows that the moon missions are fake and they're blackmailing NASA because Congress passed a law forbidding space technology to be sold to China, and they're receiving it anyway by blackmail. If I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute, I could upload it to the internet, and now...
Okay, so you made a claim because somebody said, I know a guy who said this.
It's worth nothing. Or I could blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what the Soviet Union is doing. Putin knows. He wasn't surprised to find out that the moon missions are fake, and neither is China. So that doesn't fly either. We're being blackmailed, which is another reason for the truth to come out. Now, I also interviewed Betty Grissom, the widow of the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon, who was a whistleblower at NASA to such a degree that he received Secret Service protection the weeks up to his death. I interviewed her for 4 hours. I interviewed her son for 3 hours, who's a 747 pilot. They say with 100% certainty that the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon was murdered by the CIA. And if you go to D3, it's a short clip. You can see Scott Grissom say that out of his own mouth. So why is this?
So just because somebody says something doesn't make it true. That's where being too skeptical gets you in trouble. And the confirmation bias is just accepting what people are saying out of. You had a good point there for a second about the, tearing down his argument about the, well, there's this many people, that's overwhelming with the numbers there, but yeah. Dominion After Dark. I only trust the Jewish space lasers. You should. Those are they're there for your safety.
CIA killing Apollo astronauts who were with.
Did India land on the moon? Chops ITMC over there on Pill.net says the Indian moon landing video is hilarious. I think I remember vaguely seeing something like that. Wasn't like they put a drone or they had a lander without people? Huh.
The blowers. What a coincidence, right? Go ahead and play that clip. It's D3.
I think it was intentionally sabotaged by someone. It's been a question in my mind, what was found in the accident investigation and how was that handled? Was the CIA involved or whoever? But it was done intentionally.
Rest well, Laura Blades. Thanks for hanging out here in the Dozer Den this evening. I appreciate you. Hopefully we didn't get you too riled up.
So
do you know the story of I'm sure you know the story of the Gus Grissom was Apollo 1, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And according to his son and widow, he was murdered by the CIA. She told me that on January 26, 1967, he telephoned her from NASA and said, "Hon, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today. I've never seen them here before. For some reason, they showed up today."
Did you ever see the
very
CIA?
next day, he's dead by a, quote, accident. One of his last words were, "If we can't talk between two buildings, how are we going to go to the moon?" They couldn't get a wired intercom to work between two buildings. And Neil Armstrong's supposed to pick up the first moon rock. He rehearsed it 6 weeks beforehand, and the stick to pick up the rock falls apart. And the lunar lander crashed weeks beforehand. If they can't get a stick with a bag on the end of it to stay together, if they can't get an intercom to work between two buildings, how are they going to go to the moon? The Soviets launched the first satellite, the first animal, the first man, the first woman, the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3, the first of 2 spacecrafts altogether. They spent 5 time man hours in space, and they never went to the moon. China, the most industrialized nation on Earth, says with 50 years better technology, it's going to take at least 15 years to go to the moon.
You know what? Apparently India got to the moon. You guys want to see that? Chop sent a link over there in pill.net. Real quick. Break for India. Going to the moon, guys. I didn't know this was a thing. I think I might have watched it. I've slept since then, though. India's Chandrayaan-3 makes historic moon landing.
We can see the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is here to encourage us. And he is critically looking at the visuals.
What? Okay. What? What is this?
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear from the Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO.
Was that supposed to be a camera that was on the moon recording it landing? That clearly was a computer-generated image?
Shri S. Somnath.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा के सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
Do not
हिंदी
redeem
में
the
एक
footage.
कहावत है कि चंदा मामा दूर के, लेकिन अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि चंदा मामा अपने घर के।
बहुत ही उम्दा. The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come.
Okay, they're just clapping the rest of the time, but I want to take a look at this some more. What is this?
to encourage us, and he is
What? That just is fake. That doesn't even look. What?
critically looking at the visuals.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम
How am I supposed to take that? That's official. That is absolutely CGI. Good Lord! Thanks for sharing. Thanks for. At least we did a better job than that with our images. Ah. He flew a tiny flag. It's real. He did. It's that tiny flag is very important. India definitely did not go to the moon. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's probably bullshit. What do the comments say? India is the first country to land successfully on the South Pole of. No, they're not. No, they're not. Sarthak. Someone said this is like parody, right? I played this game on PS1 in 2004. Yeah. Congratulations to anyone who thinks this is even remotely real. You are truly a special kind of special. Why does the moon remind me of my old N64? Oh, man. Oh, no. Wow. Wow, just great. Oh, wow. So the Kenyans, they believe it. Oh, wow. That's rough, guys. That's rough. That would be a lot more. Well, that was official coverage, though. Man, good for them. They felt really proud of themselves. That's ancient Indian text tell of the wars in the heavens, flying cities, explosions brighter than the sun. That they do. Chariots of the gods. I have not read that book, but I probably should. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. All right. Let's get back into this. I should probably pull up the BitChute chat just to see if anybody's watching over there. And nobody is. But it's live. At least it's going live. The last video for some reason did not work. Not sure what that was about. But back to this. The moon landing was not for us, a deterrent for their breakaway civilizations. Interesting. Perhaps. Let's get back into it. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back.
And yet somehow they did it in 8 years with 1960s technology. Now, if you play clip 4, this is when my film, Astronauts Gone Wild, the link will be in the description of your video, to Sibrel.com. We interviewed Ed Mitchell and showed him the footage, which is one of the proofs that we'll look at. Footage we uncovered that says, do not show to the public at the beginning of the reel, and they're faking being halfway to the moon. They can't leave Earth orbit. And when he was shown that, he turned beet red. He started cursing. He literally kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left a wireless microphone on him. And in the commotion, my cameraman forgot to hit stop record. And you can play back that clip. It's about 5 seconds long. They're talking about calling the CIA to have me killed.
Let's see it.
Who killed?
Me.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
Now, my source, the son of Cyrus Eugene Akers, after he spoke to me, he went out and he had a security system with a password and everything. That was hacked. And his house was broken into, and everything about his dad was taken. And then a couple of days later, this is about 3.5 years ago, the CIA shows up and threatens to kill him and his family if he ever talks to me again. So the dead astronaut's son says the CIA is involved, and he got whistleblower protection up until the day that he died. The CIA is threatening to kill me, right? And why would this source of mine, who was also threatened by the CIA, he received whistleblower protection by the FBI? Now, if they went to the moon, why is he receiving a few years ago whistleblower protection for being the son of the man who confessed that the moon missions were fake? And then if you play clip 5, which is about a minute long, from the documentary Conspiracy Theory, Did We Go to the Moon? There are other deaths. There are a total of 15% of the Apollo astronauts died in accidents within a 2-year period. These are the astronauts who would not cooperate with the fraud. Go ahead, play the clip.
But Grissom wasn't the only.
I want to know, okay, 15% of them died in accidents. What's the percentage of people who die in accidents in general? Because in a little snapshot there, okay, that's kind of something to look at. But what are the stats on dying in an accident in the general population? Let's do a comparison there.
Only Apollo critic to meet with a suspicious and untimely death.
Dramatic music with camera noises and close-ups. Neurodivergent one. I heard from a guy that spoke to the homeless guy at a gas station. The homeless guy overheard a combo from a hooker. She told the client she read an article that said the moon landing was fake. Yeah. I agree. That's, you got to do better. I'm going to be Mr. Graybeard. I'm going to be looking into those other individuals because I think, man, do you think they picked this guy just because it would look bad? That's what I'm wondering. If they picked the bald guy, Sibrel, just because he would look bad to the skeptic community.
Thomas Ronald Barron was a safety inspector during Apollo 1's construction. After the fire, Barron testified before Congress that the Apollo program was in such disarray that the United States would never make it to the moon. Then exactly 1 week after he testified, Barron's car was struck by a train.
I'm fairly sure there's a lot of people in this chat, Layla, that have probably looked into the connections between Jewish influence into Hollywood and rap music. Look into that. Jewish space. I mean, I've got to talk about Jewish space. I have a very prescient, since you mentioned it, I have a very prescient video. It's not that inspired by anything, but it fits well in this conversation. So here you go.
See Jews in space.
Jews are in space. We're zooming along, protecting the Hebrew race. We're Jews are in space. If trouble appears, we'll put it right back in its place. When Goyim attack us, we'll give them a smack, we'll slap them right back in the face.
I gotta troll a little bit, Layla. Ooh, my hat is not on right. There we go. I gotta troll a little bit. You mentioned Jew space, and I just, that had to happen. I thought it was perfect. Thank you for being a good sport. Neurodivergent one with a slap of that peach. Back to this. Fun. It's an intellectually stimulating discussion.
But the Apollo program continued. And so did the string of untimely deaths. Between 1964 and 1967, a total of 10 astronauts lost their lives in freak accidents. These deaths accounted for an astonishing 15% of NASA's astronaut corps.
To keep something that's alive wrapped up and covered over, you've got to eliminate all the people that can talk about it.
So we have an eyewitness. That's proof, right?
It's Akers.
That's right.
Well,
and a
I mean,
deathbed,
it's one person's testimony.
I
There's no
understand.
corroborating evidence
So
for
either
it.
he's telling the truth or he's lying.
Sure.
I'll assume any guy who confesses to a murder, is probably telling the truth.
You didn't talk to the guy himself. It was allegedly a videotape that you never saw.
That's right. But according to his son, he was there at the time. And you just judge, is that guy of the video we just saw telling the truth or not. I think it's pretty honest, pretty obvious that he's telling the truth. So
people can make their judgment.
That's one reason. Now, another
Wait a minute, telling the truth about what?
About his father's deathbed confession of murdering a coworker.
Somebody can believe that something is true without it actually being true. That's a distinction that needs to be made here. Man, I wish I could have a discussion back and forth with this guy, because I would shoot down most of this stuff. But I'm going to give people props when they do make a good point. So, yeah. It looks like Third Railify is rating the channel on Pill.net. Thank you so much, Sean and Gina, for rating over there on Pilled. Appreciate you, bud. Look at that. We got Naz Pudnut 1 coming over here. Third Railify coming over here from Third Railify. Appreciate you. If you guys haven't followed me over there on Pilled, go ahead and smash that follow button. Appreciate the heck out of you.
Worker to cover up the moon landing fraud at Cannon Air Force Base. So, to me, that guy's telling the truth, which means if he is, then his father did participate in the moon landing fraud. He went into great detail about the lunar module and the fake lunar set in an airplane hangar filmed a year beforehand. President Johnson showed up. He kept a list of 15 people. Some in their memoirs say they were at Cannon Air Force Base. Cannon Air Force Base used to have on their website, President Johnson visited us in 1968. They removed it once I started investigating it. And the main reason for many people is that today, with 5 decades, better rockets and technology, the farthest that NASA can send an astronaut into space is 1,000th the distance to the moon. So what they're claiming is, for the first time in the history of the world, technology was greater in the past than in the future. Because during the Apollo program, all the computers combined had 1/1,000,000th the computing power of a cell phone. So that would be like Lindbergh flying across the Atlantic 3,000 miles in 1927, and 56 or 7 years later in 1982, no airplane on Earth can fly over the Atlantic, and the best one can only fly 3,000 miles. It's impossible to have better technology in the past and then in the future. How is it? I mean, is there any technological machine you can think of, cell phone,
supersonic jets,
microwave, anything that worked better in 1969 than its counterpart today?
What about supersonic jets?
What about them? The sound barrier is broken 200 times a day all around the world in military aircraft.
We stopped using them because they were ineffective and they weren't cost effective. They were inefficient and they were way more
airplanes are breaking the sound barrier at a rate of 200 a day.
We're using the same airplanes we've been using since the 50s, and we stopped using the supersonic jets. So that would be one example.
No, they're still using jets that break the sound barrier every day.
Not commercial ones, though.
Well, they decided that people aren't going to pay 20 times more to get there twice as fast.
Exactly.
Right?
That's my point.
Right. Well, they could use it, but they're just not.
Correct.
Oh, so okay. Danny was making a good point there about the cost of things. I hadn't really thought about that. Huh. So, okay, I hadn't heard that argument before, but it is compelling. The thought that, okay, the reason that we're not using that technology and we don't have technology more present is because of the cost. The cost would be too dramatic. Huh. That's not implausible.
Right. So let's listen to this clip, D6, of an Apollo astronaut saying something very bizarre, that NASA intentionally destroyed all the technology. Now, you still have in the Air Force, you may know more specifically, but the B-52 bomber was designed 70 years ago. It's simple, it's reliable, the same words you used about the Saturn V rocket. And there's still 200 of them in service today. So why would they spend a modern equivalent of $250 billion to make this rocket that flies to the moon on the very first attempt and then destroy it? Listen to NASA saying they destroyed the technology.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology. and it's a painful process to build it back again.
So, General, why was that technology destroyed? Why was it destroyed?
Why do you know why, or have any idea why the technology was destroyed by NASA?
I don't know that the technology was destroyed.
Okay,
we
so
built.
so
wait
NASA
a minute.
astronaut is lying.
Hold on, Bart.
Okay,
Bart, you gotta let him finish his thought.
Yeah. We flew to the moon. Okay. The program was successful. We did 6 landings on the moon.
Rest well,
okay.
chopped.
We used technology that was designed
Appreciate you hanging
by
out over there
Marshall
on film.
Space Flight Center, called a Saturn V rocket. Was the biggest rocket so far ever launched to get us to the moon. Okay. So we went to the moon. Took 3 days to get there. We orbited the moon for a day to get everything correct. Generally, it went that way for all of the 6 landings on the moon. And so we got to the moon. We manned the spacecraft. We had, in our flight, we had a delay because of the command module had a problem with the main engine. And mission control had to verify that they could get it fixed or work around it. So anyway, we were late landing on Apollo 16 because of this problem. And we landed in the place we were supposed to land at Descartes Highlands. We spent 72 hours on the moon. We brought back 200 pounds of moon rocks or thereabouts. Maybe not that much. I forgot exactly.
But the question about the technology being destroyed, you're not aware of the technology being destroyed or gone missing from all the Apollo programs.
Okay, so that NASA astronaut is lying that the technology was destroyed.
No, he said he wasn't aware of it.
Okay. Well, according to NASA, a modern day astronaut, he said that a couple of years ago that all the Apollo technology
Maybe he's wrong.
Was destroyed. I interviewed Eugene Krantz. He told me all the telemetry data was destroyed. All the original videotapes were destroyed.
Well,
Right before they were to be transferred to HD. So,
but we still have the original film.
No,
the
that
16
was
millimeter film is still in Houston at the Johnson Space Center.
Oh, that I don't know. The videotape is what they intentionally.
The videotape of the projection that was given.
Right, you're talking about the camera-mounted lunar module that took one picture.
All of the film that was shot on all the emissions on all of the missions is still in its original format in the film reels that.
But majority of the video images is videotape,
right?
And that was intentionally destroyed.
But those were just copies of the film, right?
No, these are the originals. I talked to Eugene Krantz. He said the original videotapes were accidentally recorded over, and the only machine on Earth that could play it back was intentionally disassembled.
Okay, I'm confused.
So that even if they're found, they couldn't be played.
I'm confused.
All the telemetry data where the rocket really was. So back to the.
What's up, Jobless? Good to see you, bud. This is the same damn tinfoil hat. You're damn right it is. This is the Illuminable, okay? This is the Illuminable. I've had this since, I started streaming. All right? It's a little worn. But we're talking about moon landing conspiracy theories, bud. So, yes. Yes, it is. Thanks for popping in, bud. Appreciate you. Guys, if you haven't followed Jobless, go ahead and click on the name. Follow the guy. Great content. Worth viewership. Worth the follow, in my opinion. Check him out. Good people.
Destroyed.
1 second. Can I ask you a question?
Well, either this guy is lying,
Man.
right? Why would a NASA astronaut lie? Has there ever been a time, and this is another proof, has there ever...
And thank you very much, bud. Appreciate that gifted sub. Who was the lucky winner? Look at that. Jacob Castro. Lucky winner of that gifted sub. Jobless coming in and showering the chat with his love. Or spraying the chat with his love. I'm not going to judge you based on what verb you want to use, okay? I'm not going to judge you. I appreciate you, though. Thank you so much for that gifted sub. Turn in the chat red. You caught a rumble rash. It was great. It oozes patriotism, the only treatment. More America. That's right. More America.
Hey, what kind of party is this?
It's a good party, Bender. A damn good party. Appreciate that.
Never been a time in the history of the world that someone
All good,
developed a
man.
new
Thanks for popping in.
technology, broke the sound barrier, split the atom, and then destroyed the technology
spraying.
afterwards. It's never happened. It's never happened.
Hell
They
yeah.
destroyed it to cover their tracks, because I went scuba diving, and to have an hour's worth of air, it takes 2 tanks this big and that big around. That would be 16 tanks of air you would have to have on your back on the moon. And then to allegedly get the lunar module.
Unless the technology is different for the astronaut stuff compared to the scuba diving stuff, you're doing a false equivalency here again. Yeah.
Down to 72 degrees on inside for 3 days against 250 degrees outside.
I'll take it.
On a bank of essentially
Nice.
car batteries. It can't be done. That's why they destroyed all the technology, because it could be proved later that the rocket didn't have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit, which we have proof of as well. I have von Braun's own quote, which we'll read, that says one rocket will never go to the moon without multiple fueling, and we'll show that from von Braun as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What does that got to do with our discussion?
Well, he asked, what proof do we have that they didn't go to the moon? And there's a lot of proof that you didn't go to the moon.
How about the proof that we did go to the moon?
Well, we already heard all of that. 400,000 people, that's been refuted.
Yeah.
The Russians would have blabbed. That's been refuted. The moon rocks has been refuted. It's one of my clips. That Neil Armstrong, chain of custody, allegedly picked up a rock, personally put it in his pocket, and then later personally gave it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, which was immediately sealed in a container in a museum, was opened up a few years ago, and it's petrified wood. It's a fake. The moon rocks are fake. And Antarctica. Von Braun went to Antarctica to pick up pounds and pounds of lunar meteorites.
Yes.
So the rocks are either duplicates of meteorites picked up on Earth, made in a ceramics lab, or just fake.
All right, Bart.
And
you
NASA had no comment. What do you have to say for yourself for a rock that had chain of custody from the moon to Neil Armstrong's hand to this museum ends up being a fake? NASA says no comment.
All right, you're peppering us with fact after fact, and it's just too much. We need to stick to one thing, okay? What's one thing? Let's stick on one topic so we can go back and forth, and we can get Charlie's opinion on it. We can get your opinion on it, and I can.
What's up, Green Man Reports? Good to see you, bud.
Morning.
Let's
talk
to you,
about
sir.
the film, okay? So one of the biggest questions people have about this is why is all the original footage and the telemetry data gone from the Apollo missions? But I want to
going well, man. We reached hat goal on a Monday night talking about the moon landing. We have an astronaut, Charles Duke, who was apparently the 10th man who was on the moon, doing a much better job of just kind of being a nice guy than the skeptic, Bart Sibrel. Bart Sibrel is debating, but he is his debating tactics have been rather skeevy. And that's kind of what we're doing here. We're kind of watching and reacting and analyzing the moderation. I think moderation has been pretty damn fair from Danny Jones so far. Pretty damn fair. Maybe a little bit protective of the old feller, but I kind of don't blame him. The bald guy who was the skeptic of the moon landing stuff, not doing the best job representing the message, in my opinion. But there you go. But we reached hat goal, and I figured with this topic, the Illuminipple was appropriate. The foil hat.
clarify something first. All of the footage that we have from the moon, was that shot on film specifically? On film cameras, like 16 millimeter film?
We had a 16 millimeter camera. We had Hasselblads, which took photographs, and we had TV that sent back television from the lunar rover to Earth.
Like a specific type of camera for television?
Yeah, it was a television camera that we mounted on the front of the rover.
Okay, but then those don't use film. I'm not a camera expert. They don't use film?
No, it was a TV picture.
Okay, so it just broadcasts straight, doesn't record anything on it. It's just live broadcast.
It was recorded down here in Mission Control.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay, I understand.
But we didn't have a recorder on. Well, we had. I'm not sure, but I don't think we had a recorder on board.
Okay, so the TV cameras were recorded down at Mission Control, and those would have been recorded on tapes, I'm guessing.
Right.
And
Oh,
those
Mr.
would
Scott
be the
Awesome,
tapes
good to
that
see
have
ya.
been erased.
Boobs and ass.
Correct.
Very
Okay,
important.
so that was the incompetence of
commenting.
NASA, allegedly.
Well, or intentional. Just like they
or intentional,
intentionally
right.
destroyed the technology, they intentionally erased the tapes.
So they
knew what they were.
Those
Their
tapes.
excuse was to make room for other projects.
So, Steve, if you ask ChatGPT, let's ask ChatGPT, what happened?
Don't lean on AI. Don't lean on AI. I mean, it can be useful, but definitely check. Definitely fact check.
And to the original tapes from the NASA missions. And let's see what the answer it gives is.
Well, that would be this right here.
Oh, you already have it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's so
the original tapes were later erased and reused. NASA
There you go.
routinely used magnetic tapes in the 60s and through the 80s due to storage, cost.
This foil hat's been around almost since the beginning of my streaming journey here. Yeah, it's almost 2-year-old tinfoil hat. I got another one. It's a dunce one. It's to match whenever. So I got the dunce cap foil hat for Bobble Trump whenever he's being silly, and I have one for me whenever I have done a bad and might have to say I was wrong. So let me see. I can pull this up. Give me a second. Reach around the monitor here. Loud noises. Yes. Here's the my foil dunce cap, so I can have my time with a foil dunce cap whenever I've done a bad, and I've been stupid. I don't put that one off. Put that one on often. Just being honest, because I'm rarely wrong. Just joking.
And shortages. So that's crazy. That the tapes from the lunar missions were recorded over.
They're saying that the
and they were recorded over
the locally recorded stuff was this slow scan stuff
film, right?
Yeah, I know. I think it was tape. It's actual tape, like like tape recorders.
Okay,
they use that technology instead of film.
Yeah, okay.
And then that stuff was recorded over, but the stuff that they sent through broadcast survived.
Well,
so that's what it is.
Ron Howard, whose grandfather warned him that the moon missions were fake, didn't listen, wanted to make an IMAX movie, and he requested all the original videotapes to be broadcast, projected on an IMAX screen about 100 feet by 120 feet.
Right.
Bigger than they've ever been done before. He wanted to use the originals. And it was between that request and a couple of days later that everything got erased. He had to go to Blockbuster and rent VHS tapes and reduce them to this tiny portion of the screen. Otherwise, the image quality would be so bad. You can see the VHS tracking line.
Is that
90% of that movie is reenactments.
Is that a fact that what year was this when Ron Howard requested the tapes from NASA?
It was around 1999, something like that.
So around, Steve, hopefully you can look this up. Ron Howard was working on an IMAX film in around 1999, requested the original tapes from NASA. And you're saying it is an absolute fact that we can look up that NASA erased those tapes.
You just did. Yeah.
Right after Ron Howard requested them?
Well, that was my research at the time. I did my film at Sibrel.com took 7 years to produce. I was given $1 million by someone who builds rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, who thought it was his patriotic duty to expose it. Now, not only is it the first time in history that technology is great.
Just because someone has money doesn't mean they're right.
in the past and in the future. Not only is it the only time in history that all of the documentation, all the technology, according to NASA astronaut, was intentionally destroyed, it's also the first time in history that nobody could repeat the event 50 years later. Imagine them splitting the atom in 1945, the first atomic bomb, and 50 years later, no one can split the atom, when in fact, just 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more powerful. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt, ahead of schedule, with 1/1,000th the computing power of a cell phone, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now, and there'd be bases all over the moon, taking people back and forth to play basketball in 1-0 or 1/6 gravity. The best NASA can do today is send mannequins to orbit the moon, when somehow we could play golf and drive cars on the moon with 1960s technology on the first attempt. There have been 6 presidents who have said a total of 9 times they're going to return to the moon in 5 years. You had Ronald Reagan said it, then Clinton said it, then Bush Sr. said it, then Bush Jr. said it twice, and Obama said it twice, and Trump said it one time, and they can't do it. With 50 years better technology,
Good
they
point,
can't
Mr. Graybeard.
return to the moon in 50 years. But
Why is that,
somehow
Charlie?
they could do it with 1960s technology on the first attempt.
Why don't you think we've been able to go back to the moon since 72?
Because they spent their money on other programs.
Well, the government spends every month 70% more money than they
Bart,
take in.
I'm not going to argue with you about this. We went to the moon. 6 times we landed on the moon.
You lied to the American public 6 times, which
That's
shows the
not
arrogance of the American. Well, then
You
I
don't
guess
believe
this guy
you
is
don't
lying.
believe we landed on the moon?
You didn't know that before you got here.
No.
Yeah, no,
Come on.
his life's
So
work.
how did we get 600 pounds of moon rocks?
Well, like I
Let's
said,
talk about the moon rock. Okay, let's put a pin there. Now let's talk about the moon rocks. Okay, what evidence do you have? I know you have some that proves that the moon rocks were not actually moon rocks, right?
yeah, if you could find
Rest well, Harry Toe, too. Appreciate your support tonight and appreciate you hanging out in the chat. Says later, all the rest of the show is skeptic makes allegations but shows no resources. Danny does a great job in this interview. Good moderator. He's doing a fair job moderating. I'll say that. I've liked the moderation of this.
let me find the clip here.
Bart's
Or you could
position
look
is
it up.
Bart's position is the moon rocks aren't
Netherlands
real.
fake moon rock. Let's go to clip D.
So earlier, I remember him saying that Werner von Braun went to Antarctica to retrieve moon asteroids or not moon meteorites. That's what he said. Moon meteorites, not asteroids. It'd be kind of bad, but excuse me, man. It's almost 1 o'clock here. We're gonna probably go. We'll probably go another 10 minutes or so. Hit the 4-hour mark. I don't usually go this long on Mondays, but this has been an interesting example, I think, in debate tactics that I would advise against, honestly, from Mr. Baldman.
7 real quick. This is a recent article.
I'm just saying, like, he could be doing a much better job in presenting his case. Kind of like the guy with the freaking the chemtrails discussion. They could have picked a better representative.
About the French government, and they committed a crime in 1945 that they're still lying about today. And what happened was their soldiers returned from World War II and wanting their back pay, and they refused to give it to them because they were black. And when they kept protesting, they machine gunned 300 of them in a single base and buried them. That just came out. That happened in 1945, and play the clip and let's read this news article. It says one of the things that they did was they fabricated.
What does that have to do with moon rocks?
Because it shows governments. It says they fabricated and destroyed evidence. So we're going to look at the fabrication. I'm just trying to find the clip here. It's out of sequence.
All right, that has
about the moon
to do with
rocks.
Bart.
Or you could look it up. Look up fake moon rock in Amsterdam.
Yeah, So are the moon rocks something that is available for the public to see?
D29.
Yeah. I mean, the moon rocks are on display all over the world.
Mhm.
And also they're still doing experiments on the moon rock. NASA's the lunar.
They're dropped another possible show logo in the locals chat. The dozerden.locals.com, by the way, guys. I kind of like that. I like the wood grain background. The print might need to be a different color than black. I don't know. It's just a killdozer with a wood grain background. Just the Dozer Den underneath it. Kind of simple. I kind of like that. That might be the show logo, guys. Just kind of something I've been kind of kicking around in my head. And Lady Dozer worked on a little bit. There might be a shirt in the future. I don't know. I need to set up the sticker mule shop, the little orange shop button. I need to figure out how to do that here on Rumble and get some stuff. I kind of like that. That might be it.
Planetary Institute or whoever it is controlling those and sending those out. People submit.
Oh, did I see the recent American Alchemy podcast with Rogan? I have got to watch it. I was thinking either this or that. For honestly, maybe some content, reaction content. So I don't like making it my whole show, analyzing and reacting to other content, but this is some fascinating discussion, and I think we've had a good discussion between myself in the chat and kind of in analyzing how the debate styles, the moderation, the astronaut. I think it's just been. I think it's productive. I do think it's a productive conversation to have. So. But I have not seen that, and I need to, because I watched the clip of him talking about his dream, his vivid dream, which sounds like an alien abduction. It sounds like Joe Rogan has been abducted by aliens. That's what it sounds like. And I mean, it could be an implanted memory. It could, but it sounds a whole lot like an alien abduction.
Experiment requests still today about to do experiments on the moon rocks. So there's still moon rocks available.
Did they let outside researchers do
I was going to say Green Man. Interesting username to be saying you went down into an alien rabbit hole.
Analysis on them? And
universities, yeah.
Universities do?
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they let universities have some. Like, I'm not involved in that at all.
Right, sure.
And I've been with NASA for a long time, but the moon rocks are unique, and they're radioactive, whatever, and not radioactive evidence, but they're. The way they have been collected, they were collected on every mission. They were isolated when they got back and put in the lunar receiving lab. And now they're still being given out samples. People are still requesting samples of moon rocks. And NASA evaluates these experiments that they request. And apparently they're still giving some of it out. I have been with NASA in a long, long time, so I don't know how it works today.
So Bart, how do you explain us having actual moon rocks here on Earth?
Well, like I said, von Braun went to Antarctica. There's a picture of him in Antarctica where he collected hundreds of pounds of lunar meteorites, which they use for fake moon rocks. NASA also has the most advanced ceramics lab in the world where they could take a rock and falsify micrometeorites in it. And then go to clip 29. This is about moon rocks.
What?
It says they opened one up and it proved to be fake. Do you realize a few years ago, a 70-year-old woman was arrested by the FBI and thrown in a cell, not allowed to go to the bathroom. She had to pee on herself because she had a paperweight with one speck of an alleged moon rock in the very center of it, and she couldn't pay her electric bill or mortgage. And it was given to her by her husband, who got it from someone at NASA. And the FBI surrounded her to get that so that it couldn't be opened and examined independently. And this is just a tiny speck of a moon rock.
Who is this? What was this woman's name?
I don't know, but you could look it up. 70-year-old woman arrested for having a moon rock or trying to sell a moon rock.
So you can find it.
And play clip 29, you said, what's the proof of the fake moon rocks?
Yes.
You have D29 there, Steve?
Let's see it.
Look at D29. It's a still of the article. And
okay, from the
moon
Telegraph.
rock given to Holland by Neil Armstrong is a fake. This is one that had complete chain of custody from the surface of the moon to Neil Armstrong's hand, to his pocket, to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Okay, then after that, though, it was given to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, and then maybe the thing they put on display is a fake because they didn't want to put the real thing there for fear that it would be stolen. That's a plausible explanation as to why that's not the actual moon rock.
Hermetically sealed, opened a few years ago after someone watched my film out of curiosity, and it ends up being this out-of-world looking piece of petrified wood. Now, unless trees are growing on the moon rock is fake. And yet no reporter has the courage to ask, if the moon rocks are fake, what about the moon missions? I had a reporter from the Washington Post that broke the Watergate story. I showed him the footage, which we're going to show of them faking being halfway to the moon. That says don't show to the public at the beginning of it.
You're all over the place.
Yeah,
but
but the point is, he agreed that it proved they never left Earth orbit, but he was forbidden to publish it.
Okay. We got to stick to one topic. Let's go back to the moon rocks. This piece of petrified wood that you were showing that was given to the Prime Minister of Holland, right? Or I thought it was a Dutch Prime Minister.
The same thing. Dutch and Holland. Or
Okay.
Netherlands.
I thought it was like the Netherlands,
Yeah.
right? Correct. Okay. I've heard this story before. I first heard it from you. I also heard a pushback on this, that it was not Buzz Aldrin or Neil Armstrong who gave it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. However, it was the U.S. ambassador to the Netherlands that gave him this thing.
Well, from my understanding, it went.
So it was not directly from him.
Neil Armstrong is the one who said he picked it up, and it was on a visit of him.
Said it to who?
He visited the Netherlands and gave it to the Prime Minister.
Okay, we should find this.
He claimed he picked it up and put it in his pocket.
Let's find this. Who
for-
gave
for-
the Prime Minister of the Netherlands the fake moon rock? Who actually gave it to him?
So for 40 years.
Thank you very much to Mr. Graybeard and M Videos for the follow here on Rumble. Appreciate you being an awesome killdozer here in the Dozer Den. And I hope to continue to earn your viewership.
Everyone thought it was a moon rock. It was billed as a moon rock, picked up off the lunar surface by Apollo 11. They did a little tour around the world afterwards. He gave moon rocks to various people. He gave one to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. It was sealed. It was opened up a few years ago.
Okay,
it was
right
proven
here.
to be a piece of
Bart, right here.
petrified wood.
It says Prime Minister. Okay, the rock was not given to the Dutch Prime Minister by astronauts, but was instead given to the former Prime Minister William Dries by the then U.S. Ambassador William Middendorf in 1969 during a goodwill tour by the Apollo 11 astronauts.
Okay, so the
rock
Apollo
was
11
later found to be
astronauts were
fake
there.
and actually was a piece of petrified wood.
Okay, so Neil Armstrong.
So he was wrong. He was wrong. Ooh, there you go. Tinfoil bodysuit. Get it. That's just to be safe.
Armstrong was there at the visit. That's when the rock was given. He claimed he picked it up. The Prime Minister of the Netherlands didn't pick it up. Neil Armstrong picked it up. There he is. Apollo 11 astronauts during.
How
the
do we know?
Goodwill tour.
We don't know that. Okay, says it was during the tour. The
Okay,
Goodwill
so
tour.
either Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin
what is
claimed
your
to
point?
pick it up.
So
What
it
is
seems
your
because
it seems
you can't figure it out.
Hold on,
You
Bart,
claim the moon
you gotta
rocks
put the
are
headphones
proof.
on, or you can't just keep talking over everybody, bro. It's like it's too much.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's too much. His point is that this piece of moon rock that was given to
Why wouldn't you put the damn headphones on? Just put the headphones on. Not that hard.
the Prime Minister
Maybe he's got the tism.
of the Netherlands during the Apollo 11
Everybody got a touch of the tism.
Goodwill tour with Neil and Buzz was later analyzed and found to be petrified wood and not a moon rock. That's his evidence that the moon rocks aren't real.
Well, I brought back a couple 100 pounds, maybe, moon rocks. I don't remember exactly. And they're very unique. They got a radiation history that is unique.
They look anything like that?
No.
They
look like charcoal, and they don't look like that.
Okay.
They look like more gray charcoal.
What was the biggest moon rock that you brought back?
I think 25 pounds.
Whoa. Like roughly how big though?
I had to roll it up my leg. It was first EVA at Plum Crater. And
is that a moon rock, right? Is that a real moon rock?
We didn't collect anything like that. The one on the right.
No.
No.
What? Zoom out, Steve.
Grand Man reports. I got to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Even see if we can find something that Charlie would think that looks like one of the moon rocks that he grabbed. Does any of this look like one of the rocks that you had?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
What if we Googled Charlie Duke moon rock?
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Maybe Apollo 16 moon rock.
Oh yeah, or Apollo 16 moon rock. Yeah.
A Big Muley I picked up. Go left. Is that Big Muley? The one on the left.
Zoom out,
left.
Steve.
That one. The big Muley. No, the other one to the left.
That one.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's a real moon rock.
I picked it up. Yeah.
That was a 25 pounder?
I don't remember how. No, it didn't weigh that much. But
no.
But I don't remember. We picked a total collection for Apollo 16 was probably a couple 100 pounds.
And when you got him into the module, when you got the rocks in there, did you have them in any kind of specific bag or anything?
We had them in
yeah, I would say none of those rocks look alien to Earth. They look like rocks for sure, but I mean that's just at a first glance. They surely don't look like the petrified wood, though. That's the point of this line right here. They're comparing the petrified wood sample that was with the Dutch Prime Minister to what he says he picked up. So that's what they're doing there.
Vacuum boxes, a lot of them,
right?
And then a lot of them were just in a.
Oh, we blew right past 4 hours. My gosh, guys, it is a Monday night. I do have work in the morning, and it is 1:08 a.m. here Central Standard Time. So we are going to put a pin in this. I'm going to write down where we're at. 1:36. I do have to get premium hours in this month, so we got to get 5 hours of premium. I might finish this out with a premium stream, or part of a stream might be premium. I don't know. We'll figure that out. But for now, we are going to go ahead and put a pin in this until tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central. Sorry to dip out on you so early after you get in here, Green Man Reports, but I should sleep at some point, probably. I need to make sure we get we got to get the stockings up at some point. I mean, let me ask. Is it St. Nick's Day? No, it's not. No, that's next week, isn't it? I don't know. I'm a bad Catholic. But anyways, this has been what actually is rock? Residue of once organic matter. Maybe. But thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to find somebody to raid here on Rumble, and we're going to raid over there on pill.net. Let's see here. We'll raid cancel this podcast. Send you guys over there that are watching on pill.net. It's possible, Ayla Deckard. Possible. Okay, yeah. The 6th of December is stockings. That's what I was thinking. So it's, yeah. Fascinating discussion. Really interesting examples of how not to have a debate, honestly, from the guy who's the skeptic. Honestly, he's doing the old man's work for him by, you're going to be more sympathetic to the nice old man. You're just going to be. He's sharp, though. This whole feller's sharp. Not like Joe Biden. But yeah, it's interesting. But we're going to raid somebody here on Rumble who is still live on the Rumble machine. We're going to check it out here in a second. And don't forget, you guys can repost. You can follow the channel, like the stream, like the channel, comment in the comment section. Commenting is caring. And who are we going to raid? Ricada's live. Let's raid the Nose Pope. Some bitch. He's always responding to the debate between Dearman and Destiny. And Bronco was on at some point. Damn. Okay. Dang. Well, let's raid over to Ricada here in a minute. But first, we're going to play the Dozer Den theme song. I do a little dance. Don't make a little love. But I do get down tonight when I am watching that. You found this stream on BitChute. Mr. Graybeard. Thank you for coming over here to Rumble from BitChute, man. And I appreciate you watching on BitChute. I am sorry I did not keep track of the live chat over there. But Got 21 subscribers over there on the BitChute. So yeah. Well, I cast to as many places as I can, honestly. So thank you for checking me out over there and for popping over here onto the Rumble stream, man. Appreciate the heck out of you. Definitely a good thing. Let's do this here. All right. What's up, Bright Gaming? We're about to dip out, actually. And I'm going to raid out to Ricada. Good stuff. Good stuff. Neuro, I put another sample of a possible logo in the locals chat. I think it's getting close. I think it's close to where I want it. I think we're there. Almost. I want to put the showtime on there because this is subject to change. So, all right, guys. Let me enter this first before I forget. Enter that. We're going to raid Ricada. But first, we will play the Dozer Den theme song. We're going to rock out for a minute. Hope you guys like this song. It is one that I actually made with Suno, and I think it's pretty solid.
Crushing all foes, making them pay.
Thank you guys so much for watching this episode of the Dozer Den. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central. Y'all have a good one.